States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the January 28th, 2013 Board of Commissioners meeting. We will start off tonight with public participation. If there's anybody who has to skedaddle tonight before we get to the subject, what they'd like to talk about. Hi, Susan. Come on up.
Good evening. I'm here this evening, not on one of the agenda items, but as one of the many year-round users of the Radnor Trail to request a reopening of the conversation regarding the Township's no snow removal, no salting policy as it pertains to the trail. The Radnor Trail is a marvelous community resource, but under ice and snow, it is a dangerous place and a threat to public safety. On Monday, January 7th, 2 weeks after the only significant snowfall of the season, the trail was still very icy in a few stretches. The worst of these areas is the approximately 2/10 of a mile between the Conestoga area parking lot and the wooden stairway, for those of you who use the trail. After some rounds of freeze, thaw, freeze, this section, along with a few others, was still heavily coated with both visible and black ice. After walking that day, I called the Township to point out the problem and make what I intended to be a good citizen request that the icy areas of the trail be salted. Instead of the response that I was expecting, I learned about the no snow removal, no salting policy. My understanding is that this is connected with reducing liability exposure to the Township, the argument being that if there is no history of snow or ice maintenance, there can be no expectation for it. There is also a cost concern. In a pleasant conversation, I shared my view that this seemed both short-sighted and dangerous, and expressed my hope that the Township would at least find a way to deal with the still slippery areas, if only on a one-off basis. 2 days later, as I was finishing my regular walk along the trail's shoulder where it is easier to keep one's footing, I witnessed a woman whom I recognized but did not then know slip on that worst stretch on black ice and land hard on her back and hit her head. Another walker and I hurried over and gingerly helped her to my car. The woman had me take her to Bryn Mawr Hospital, and I'm happy to report that after a normal head CT, she was discharged and has since recovered. Although I'm told that the no snow removal, no salting policy is a closed matter, I would like to respectfully ask the Board of Commissioners to rethink this. First, there is no signage that the trail is to be used at one's own risk, and nor is there any warning that it does not benefit from ice and snow maintenance. Radnor Township certainly salts some paved public access walkways, including the entrance to this building and the surrounding parking area. It's not clear to me why the paved trail should be treated differently given the large number of year-round users. Second, there is regular trail maintenance when it comes to clearing downed trees and branches, emptying trash, and cleaning the porta potty. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, over 2 days, there were Township trucks and crews clearing leaves and debris from the trail's shoulders. So it's not as if the trail is some kind of untouched preserve. It's also not clear why snow and ice, more problematic in my view in January than leaves, should be treated differently. Third, it's the right thing to do. In a community that places a premium on public safety, why is this glaring exception okay? I'm certainly no stranger to the need to balance what's right to do for the citizens of Radnor over and against the associated costs. But it seems to me that there are a number of simple, low-cost ways to address this very real hazard that would also address the Township's concern and still make the trail a safer destination for year-round users. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Susan. We will look into the costs that would entail.
Your name?
Oh, sorry, Susan Michelson, 2 Harford Lane in Radnor.
And we will also look into the possibility of some signage there. So thank you for your
And let me
comments.
just to bring you update, the way this came about was there were a number of residents that didn't want us plowing. They wanted to do cross-country skiing and stuff in the winter. It went to the park board. The park board made a recommendation after all those people came to their meeting that we not do that. That's the reason we don't do it. It was a recommendation of the park board from residents of Radnor Township not to plow the snow. That's the reason. So, but we'll look into that and have the park board revisit it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other public comment? Okay, we'll move along. I'd like to announce that we had an executive session immediately prior to this meeting and on January 28th, and we discussed matters of litigation, of personnel, and real estate. Now we will move to approve the minutes. Can I have a motion for the approval of the minutes of November 12th, 2012?
I'll move to approve the Commissioner meeting minutes for November 12, 2012.
Second.
And Bill Spengler, second. Any commissioner comment, staff comment, public comment? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
I'll move to approve the November 18, 2012 meeting minutes.
Second.
Any commissioner comment? Staff, public, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 7-0. Next, we have a presentation, a very exciting presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to our Superintendent Colarulo to explain why these beautiful motorcycles are here in front of us.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners. If you look at the pictures on each side of the Commissioners where they're seating, they date from 62 years ago. The date of those pictures is 1951. But it's been brought to my attention that the Motor Patrol in Radnor Township actually started way back in 1905. I'm pretty sure none of the current Commissioners were here then, but you never know. These motorcycles you see in front of you are fully equipped Harley-Davidson police motorcycles. They were purchased by a private citizen of Radnor Township who wishes to remain anonymous. I also like to give special thanks to the Philadelphia Police Highway Patrol Unit that trained 7 of our Radnor Township police officers in motorcycle safety absolutely free of charge. The benefits of the motorcycle patrol, first of all, it's a gas savings where they get approximately 43 miles to the gallon. They can patrol a lot of different terrain, such as the Radnor Trail that the woman just spoke about. There's quicker response to incidents, especially during heavy traffic. They're great for details and parades. They're great to initiate special traffic enforcement projects. And again, it gives closer interaction with the community. I spoke to Officer Janoski, and he told me as far as public relations and contact with the community and having conversations, these things can't be beat. Madam Chairwoman, without further ado, I'd like to present to you the keys to both Harley-Davidsons.
Thank you, Superintendent. This is really great. What a great addition to the tools that we have for enforcement. And there's also one more benefit that you didn't include, which is an environmental benefit in that they use far less gas and let us cover a lot more road without using as much fuel. And since I really don't know how to drive one of these things, I'm going to come down and present these keys to Lieutenant Flanagan and let him drive them away.
Chief, could you go into you brought officers up. I assume these are the officers that are qualified. And also, it appears that 2 of them are outfitted with the new outfits uniforms we approved.
That is correct. These are 5 of the 7 officers that went through the training. They are going to be outfitted with special uniforms designed for highway patrol. Not all of the components to the uniform are in. Officer Pyrie has boots that he purchased on his own, but many of the officers are still waiting for the other equipment, which we expect within the next week or so.
Thank you very
Good
much.
luck. Be safe.
Thank you very much.
And thank you all for going through the training and for participating in this. And we look forward to seeing you out there on your bikes.
And if I just on behalf of the motor officers who are present and the rigorous training we went through, without Chief Colarulo's leadership and the support of Township Manager Zinkowski, we would not have these. And clearly the Board of Commissioners supported us by getting us the uniforms and supporting the training. We are truly grateful and will serve with great pride and integrity to you and the citizens of Radnor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, if I may just briefly, would just like to recognize Lieutenant Flanagan and Chief Colarulo. They really did a tremendous job putting these bike packages together, as well as getting the money to be able to pay for these 2 motorcycles through donations, which again is a significant cost saving. So they've done a tremendous job. Chris, maybe too, is if you want to come up and turn one of the lights on these bikes. I know Chris had gone to great extremes to make sure that these bikes were illuminated very well for the officer's safety as well as the public safety. And again, the way they were stickered and that, they really did a tremendous job on these and for safety. So I just really want to recognize them. They did a tremendous job with those.
Whoa. All right, when I get down the road, you can go in front of me. All right. Very nice.
Great, thank you. All right, I'm going to take the next 2 items down here because we have 2 presentations and recognitions. The first is to a young gentleman, one of our younger residents, Declan Evans. And Declan, if you want to come up with your family. Declan is an Eagle Scout, and his Eagle project was for our community. If you've all been out to the Skunk Hollow Community Garden, it's a beautiful community garden where there are, I think, 30 or 40 participants who all do, 77, my goodness, sorry, who all do a fabulous job working that land, and they needed a place for their tools and equipment. And Declan built an incredible tool. I hate to call it a tool shed because it is so much more than a tool shed. And I think Jim has put up on the screen, and if you're at home, you can see how beautiful this is. And it's just such an incredible job of construction, and it looks fabulous. And thank you from us, the community, for doing this. This is really such a nice example to set for other young people and for adults in public service and community. So I'm here to present you tonight on behalf of the board and the entire community this recognition for building the custom design of a tool shed at Skunk Hollow Community Garden for your Eagle Scout project. Here you go. Thank you very much. And I'm sure this will be the beginning of a very successful and long career in public service and in giving back to your community.
Absolutely.
And maybe someday back here in Radnor. Would you like to say a few words? Or?
I just want to thank everyone for their help. I clearly could not have done this on my own. I had help from numerous people, including Sarah Pilling, Mark Janisek, to name a few. But again, I couldn't name everyone that helped me, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Declan. Okay, our next recognition is of another volunteer who's given an enormous amount of public service, and it's Brenda Gatanda, who I think I saw here tonight. Come on up, Brenda. Brenda served on the Environmental Advisory Council for 8 years and has been chair for the last several and has done a fantastic job of leading that group and really bringing a lot of benefit to our township. So thank you so much for serving. We will miss you. You can take this nice recognition and go home and rest. Feel, get a little break, but then come on back. I know you're going to miss us, so we hope that you come back to serve. Okay, next we have 2 appointments to boards. If John Fisher wants to take that.
I'll move to appoint Lisa Weber Yakulis to the Design Review Board.
Second.
Any commissioner comment, staff, or public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
And I'll move to appoint Michael Antonopoulos to the Carfax Committee.
Second.
Any commissioner comment, public comment, or staff comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. I just want to mention that in addition to those positions that we just filled, there are several boards that are still looking for volunteers, and they are the Citizens Communication Council, the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee, the Comp Plan Implementation Committee, the Rental Housing Appeals Board, the Code Appeals Board, and Planning Commission. So please, if you're interested in serving and following the fine example of our young resident, Declan Evans, and giving back to your community, please send your resume in and step forward and volunteer. Next, we have a motion. Can I have a motion to accept our departmental reports?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Any commissioner comment on the reports?
Bill, I had a question on the finance report. The updated for the full year actual, is that number at the bottom what's being transferred over to the unfunded liabilities of the split we did, or is that something above and beyond what we have?
The information presented in this report is on the cash basis. So the way we apply the resolution that the board passed in divvying up the excess fund balance will be on the accrual basis. So once we are through the audit and we have the accrual-based fund balance, then we'll divvy up we'll transfer that fund balance based on that number. So this, at this point, is a cash basis number, which should be in the ballpark, but it won't be the exact.
Is the 3951 at the bottom the number that's being transferred, or is that the three? I see there's 3351 earlier.
I'm sorry, which page?
Looks like it's about the 6th or 7th in. It's entitled Monthly Finance Report General Fund for the month ended December 31st. And it starts with full year budget beginning, and it's the very last part of that section. So it's the second, I would describe it as the second section where you go full year budget, the carry forward the encumbrances, then you put the adjustments in, and you have updated full year actual.
Yes. Yeah, I'm with you now. So it's the 3,951,118.
Right. So is that your estimate of what's being transferred over, or is it the 3351 already transferred over?
A little bit of both. If you'll recall, at the end of last year, we had introduced the legislation to create the OPEB fund, but based on questions that were raised both by the board and internally, we held off on that. So a large portion of that $3.9 million is part of the 2011 excess that just hasn't been transferred yet. So you net that, and that was roughly
so we're not going to be sitting on, so we're not going to be sitting
million.
on an $8 million fund balance when this is all said and done.
Well, it's there. It's just
But it's
most
going
of
to be it's going to be allocated.
Right, right, to get us back down to the target balance.
Any other commissioner comment? Staff comment? Oh.
I just want to ask one comment. Could we get an executive summary for the police report? I mean, reading through this detail in the police report, it's wonderful to have the detail, and we still need that. But I would like to see a real high-level executive summary that gives some easy-to-view outlook on what's the status of, public safety.
Sure, with the township manager's permission, absolutely, sure.
Thank you.
I will comment that the year-to-date complaints was 14,195 versus 11,864 in 2011. So we've seen a big increase, statistically increased, just in the complaints. And, again, thanks to the police department for handling the increase in complaints and, continually delivering more and more with less and less resource. So thank you.
Any other commissioner comment? Any staff or public comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Next, we'll move on to our committee reports. First, we have Parks and Recreation. Commissioner Nagel, would you like to take these?
Before we start on the Parks and Rec report, John Rice, would you bring us up to date on what's happened with Memorial Field and that suit?
Okay, just to refresh the board's memory, this was the lease that the township entered into with Agnes Irwin School, which was then challenged Delaware County Court. Delaware County Court dismissed that action, found in favor of the township. There was then a Commonwealth Court appeal. That decision came down end of December. Again, affirmed that what the township had done in entering into that lease was appropriate. And Agnes Irwin has basically funded that litigation. The township's costs have been covered by Agnes Irwin. I would say there's probably been somewhere in the order of $50,000 to $75,000 spent by them in defending the lease. So there was a 30-day appeal period to request aliquotter with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. I have not heard whether there's a decision on that or not. I think that from what I understand, the field has been a success, and it's being used the way it was intended to be used. But at this point, the matter's over. I hope it's over, and we can all move on then with the use of the field. But that's briefly the background and where we're at, Commissioner Nagel.
Thank you, John. Next is the board discussion with regards to the Willows RFP and a motion to move select firms onto the next phase. We have received from the Parks and Rec Board an overall ranking of the proposals, and then we have received a memo from staff recommending how they want to move forward. I prepared, with the help of Elaine and Jim, a long version of a motion, but I also have a short version. We put a copy of this on your desk tonight. And what it really does, I'm moving that we move forward to the next phase with Jeffrey Miller Catering and Lake House Limited, Cross Street Capital, Open Air Affairs, Perfect Settings, and it had been brought to my attention that there was another firm that does exactly this up in Bucks County. They were not aware that we were even going through this process, so I would like to solicit a proposal from them. It's Conroy Catering Dale Corporation. And the criteria, essentially the ones Bob handed out, but you have a slightly different version in front of you tonight. So the motion I would like to make, and then we can have our discussion, is I'd like to move that after careful consideration of all proposals that were submitted in response to the township's RFP for the future of the Willows Mansion and Willows Cottage, I'd like to make a motion to approve Jeffrey Miller Catering and Lake House, Cross Street Capital, Open Air Affairs, and Perfect Settings, in addition to Conroy Catering Dale Corporation, to move to phase 2 of the selection process.
So why did you take two of the...
Can we have a second first?
I'll second it.
Okay.
So why did you take two off that Bob proposed and add two different ones? And then...
Well, I took the two off that Bob proposed because they were taking open space.
You added two because...
They're caterers, and I thought just to have it down to two at this point would be a little superfluous. So these are all firms that do this type of activity, the catering activity.
And are these sort of objectives ranked in any manner? Or is this just a list?
Right now, this is just a list.
Because I think they're going to need to be ranked in some fashion, because when I read this, I would be surprised if we got any responsive proposals. I mean, it's an awfully big ask on our part to ask somebody to fund redevelopment of the property, give us access for free at various points in time, fund the operating expenses. I appreciate the effort, Bob, but I think it's a big ask for a for-profit business to come in and give you all of that. So I think you need to somehow prioritize these so that folks understand what's the priority, because I doubt anybody's going to be able to meet all.
Well, we'll have to enter into some discussions with these folks.
And we won't know until we receive the proposals. And
But then why limit it?
So just first of all, thank you for the three of you for working on this independently. But to respect the process, the Parks and Rec Board were to come back to to give back to the Board of Commissioners a list of recommendations. I thought we'd ask for rankings, but it's okay. I understand it's...
Well, their list is ranked in rank order.
It is, okay.
Yes.
And the only question I have is how did the two, how how did these two proposals, proposing firms, get picked by the board, Parks and Rec Board if they weren't in fact preserving or leaving alone the open space? And I guess just from my point of view, I'd like to know why they thought they were worthy of being on the list. I don't need to know why you think they should. I trust what you're saying, and I think that's reasonable, but I just want to kind of get a sense of why the Parks and Rec Board thought they should be on the list.
My understanding from attending the Parks Board where they discussed this is they decided that they did not wish to narrow the list. So what they did is they gave us back just a rank order, and they had some process they used internally, which they didn't fully discuss. But it's in their memo. So that's how they got where they got. I had encouraged them to give us, go ahead and give us the ranking, but some editorial comments would be much appreciated so we could get some guidance from them, because they're the ones that sat through all the proposals, and they chose not to do that.
Do you think it would be a good idea to go back to them with the new list just to have them look through it again and
No,
maybe
I don't
clarify?
think there'd be any value in that at all.
Okay.
Well, I will support John's motion. In my opinion, well, it was never my personal intention, and I don't believe it was this board's intention to solicit proposals for that involved the development of the open space on the property. And in my opinion, the RFP was pretty clear on that. I don't now and will not ever support selling off portions of that very heavily used and very appreciated park. The four that are in John's motion are if you take away those two particular two proposals that involved using the park space, the next four are the four that John has listed. And it just so happens that they all involve some sort of use that's very similar to the use that goes on in that building right now. In my opinion, the goal of this whole process is and was to find a way to preserve the structures, the buildings. And the RFP was drafted in a way that sought proposals to work with a partner to do that, and just using the structures and the immediately surrounding land around the structures. And that, to me, is kind of a deal breaker. That's the only thing that I want to consider and the only thing that I think we should be considering. So for that reason, I am supporting John's motion. And I'm happy to hear that there's another firm out there that is interested in putting in a proposal as well for a similar use for rehab of the building and for, without using the land, and for doing some sort of catering or some sort of entertainment venue that is similar to what goes on there now. And frankly, if any other bidders came forward, or if a community group came forward with a proposal at this point, I think those would be well received too if they were within the parameters of our RFP. So that is my opinion.
I'd like to get back to Kevin's point for a minute. As I understand it, what he is saying is that the criteria or the parameters that John, Elaine, and I, well, John, I think, authored it, and I commented on it. Maybe Elaine was the joint author with John. Have eight points to them, and that what I'm hearing from Kevin is that perhaps bidders or potential bidders might be frightened away by that number of requirements, those number of requirements, and might not bid at all. So would it make any sense to put a provision in that would instruct the bidder that if it believes that any of these are unattainable, any of these criteria are unattainable, unrealistic, or unreasonable, then the bidder should so state in their bid. That way they can receive a little bit of comfort that if they don't meet literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, they won't be per se disqualified.
I think my point is a little bit different than that, but I appreciate the effort, Jim. I think nobody's going to be able, and in my opinion, to meet all these. You're asking them to basically take on the operating and maintenance expenses, refurbish the building, pay us money, give us time to use it for free. So I think that's an awfully big ask. And I think you ought to prioritize it, tell them what's most important to us, tell them, please explain in their proposal perhaps how you meet each of these, and we don't explicitly expect you to meet every single one, but make the effort, and those who come closer to meeting all of them will be better off. But I think this is a very ambitious ask on the part of the township, because I certainly am not in the business that some of these people are in. But that's a lot of money you're asking them to give up to run a building that, I mean, it's not easily accessed for them. So again, I'd be surprised, but I've been surprised before.
Madam President, if I may. Just to respond to Kevin, I think we have an asset there that's worth a significant amount of money. I can understand and appreciate, your comments on there, but I think the township actually has to go out with that. And I don't like to negotiate against myself, but I think what we should do is ask for a lot of these different items, and whether or not they come back in any variation from that, I think we allow them to do that. But I think it's almost a similar conversation we had when we talked about the memorial field, where the same thing too, where it came up the conversation about the improvements that were done. And then in addition to that, we actually get a percentage off of the rentals, as well as actually $35,000 a year to pay for that. So not only do we get over $1 million worth of investment, we had that. So I think that's part of it, that we should go out and ask for these types of things, especially it's for a for-profit business that's going to be in the business. But again, they can come back and make proposals that work around that, but at least meet the criteria. And specifically, if there's a particular item that they don't want to comply with, or there's an ask, specifically then it's spelled out to what we've asked for. So then the commissioners then are able to follow that, the public's able to follow it, of where that change or variation comes in at. But I think we should ask for a lot of it, because
Yeah,
again,
I don't disagree with asking, Bob, but I think you ought to make it clear that there's some wiggle room about.
So we should look for more then? Is that
no.
what we're
I always ask for more.
Well, first of all, we were very clear with the language, Kevin,
Just ask them
that
to
these
address.
aren't must. They are would like to, that kind of language. For example, the one you brought up was them actually paying us on top of everything else. What I proposed here was that they have that as an option, as a fixed fee, which they could then deduct the money they put into the place from, or working off net profits would accomplish the same goal. Not gross profits, but net profits. So the way we've written it, I think it gives them the lee room to say exactly what they plan to do and how it does or does not meet our want.
We're just asking them to address the following objectives. But they're just addressing. They can say no, 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 yes, yes, no, no. And I just want to mention the two development proposals to build some houses and to build a hotel there. The majority of this board would not support that. I've been talking for 20 years about the township eventually acquiring the 18-acre cornfield next to the Willows and Skunk Hollow on the same side of the street, and the 22-acre, 20-some acre plot near Sawmill, where you go over the bridge where the cows are on the right, on the same side of the street as Skunk Hollow, 90 acres, the Willows, 47 acres. That would give us a 180-acre park along the creek forever. And it's going to be so pristine, the majority of this board would not consider building houses there or putting a hotel there. The object is that when we bought the Willows, we came up with the mechanism to help fund the operations and the maintenance of that building. It's just got so expensive in the last few years. We're looking for a way that the Willows and the Willows Cottage, we can preserve them by bringing in someone that will use that building, but will also maintain it so that we can keep that building for future generations.
All right, I have some comments. I'm going to support John's motion for the reasons that have been stated previously. Two things to add. At some point, I think the cottage should be separated, particularly if we choose catering proposals. The cottage should be separated from the mansion. I don't see how the cottage fit into the catering proposals. Whether you want to separate it now or later, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, but my sense is it should be separated. And then I also think we should consider an all-residential option, and specifically one that doesn't sell open space. I have some ideas, like one, perhaps someone could develop it, turn it into rental housing for graduate students, something like that. The residential character is what it should be most preserved, and the residential use is going to have the least impact on the park. So if the goal is to preserve the building within the confines of the park, which I think is a very valuable goal, then I think it's worthwhile to look at an all-residential option that could do that. As the RFP was written, I would understand it to preclude that all-residential option. So in my opinion, we should, I don't know that I'm committed to going, but I think we should give thought to that. I don't know enough about it to know how realistic it is, but it's worth pursuing. I've had one conversation with someone who I would say is authoritative on this, and that person thought it was worth proceeding or worth evaluating. So your thoughts on those two items I would be appreciative of.
Well, insofar as separating them, I think that's a reasonable thing, is to give the bidders the option of separating the cottage off, although several of the proposals I thought had some pretty good ideas for the cottage also.
Okay, I just don't want the cottage to be subsidized by the mansion, or if it is, I want it to be clear that we know why. I want it to be more transparent. My concern was that the cottage was attached and not integral to the proposal, so for all intents and purposes, it was a backhanded subsidy, which if we're going to subsidize it, I want it to be subsidized directly, not indirectly.
Well, I would support adding an eighth item to the list of items in our criteria along the lines of proposers are welcome or invited to submit a proposal that is limited to one of the two structures and would not be penalized for doing so. Does that address your issue?
Yeah, that addresses it.
Okay.
And then I would even add that, very well, that's sufficient.
And as far as the residential, I mean, we haven't had a proposal that looks like that. If there's someone out there that has that in their head, I don't think that our guidelines preclude that. Just because they don't satisfy there's not going to be any, well, there probably won't be any proposal that satisfies every single thing we ask for. So, and, you know, a proposer it's their prerogative. They can submit any proposal they want.
We specifically say that the township has to maintain operation or activity of the building. And so if we turned it into an all residential use, then that option would go away. So if my idea is a bad idea, we don't know, because the proposal prevents anyone who would submit an all residential option from submitting one. So my thought is, if you think that's worthy, you as the group think it's worthy, then we should solicit an all-residential option.
Well, one of the things we want to do is we want to still have some community use. The Radnor residents be able to use it in some way, because the catering business is mostly on the weekends, and we hope to get some use out of this. And weekends when things aren't catering, if you make it an all-residential use, then it's no longer a township building. It's just a residential use building. And it's a beautiful building. I like to see it maintained. I like to see the Radnor Township residents have access in different ways.
Yeah, a lot of public groups currently use the mansion during midweek or non-weekends, and also the Parks and Rec Department uses this to a considerable degree, and I think they're important elements of it. It ties the community to the building.
But we have a lot of alternatives to that. We have a lot of space available for those organizations to meet. If the goal is to preserve the building at minimum impact to the park, which I think is a worthy goal, then my opinion is an all residential use is worthy of consideration.
Thanks, Don.
All right, do we have any more commissioner comment on this? Staff, do you have any comment that you'd like to? Do we have any?
So are we going to leave the memorandum from the township manager as is?
No, John's motion that he left on our tables is slightly different than the memorandum that was recommended by the staff. Okay. And there are also some copies on the back if anybody'd like to look at them. There are slight differences. There are a few substantive differences, one being that issue that Kevin brought up about the annual fee being paid. In the township manager's recommendation, it just says annual fee, we would like an annual fee. In this version that we're discussing passing, it says we'd like an annual fee. However, monies paid towards reinvestment or refurbishment could offset that fee. Or we would consider some sort of profit sharing, for recouping. So it's a more flexible standard. So that was one of the big changes, and there are other tiny, small changes, but what we would be voting on is John's motion and the details that are in the memo from John.
With the eighth item added.
With the eighth item added, yes. Okay. All right, so do we have any staff comment? Do we have anybody from the public who would like to comment?
I am Ron McManus.
Hi, how are you?
On the proposals. Who here has collected an opinion on my To the Manor Born proposal?
I'm not sure what that means. Could you rephrase the question?
My proposal was called To the Manor Born. It was on the website.
Mr. McManus, can you switch that mic around?
Okay. All right. So my impression is you don't know what I did.
Reviewed all the proposals, and the Parks and Rec Board has reviewed all the proposals.
Okay.
And the Parks and Rec Board ranked them for us, as well as the township manager.
So yes or no, you saw my proposal?
We've all seen the proposals.
Okay, great. I'm thrilled that I had a chance just to step in here and participate in this. It was great. I learned a lot and really appreciate the opportunity. I'm also thrilled that you guys think that catering and event space is what the mansion should be doing by and large. Also agree, thrilled. I hope in the stipulation here, line 4, township would like an annual fee paid for both use of properties. I hope you consider a profit sharing. Okay, profit sharing, because at the end of the day, I think Jeff Miller and Glenn Stevens will make a lot of money here. A lot of money here because they've proven they can do that. So it'll be the 10th facility Jeffrey's managing. I love Jeffrey. He did my wedding. It'll be the second facility that Glenn Stevens is managing. He's already doing 60 weddings a year up at his lake house, making $1 million. He's doing well. So if he makes $1 million, free and clear, I hope as a township we get a big piece of it and not just a $75,000 fee over and above some net that he's bringing along. Because he will do a good job with the Willows. And I just wanted to put that out there. But I don't want it to go away for cheap because it is a unique facility. I've traveled around to other wedding facilities, not just locations, but destination facilities. And you have a unique opportunity with an estate. Other places that are selling weekend weddings don't have this same opportunity because, as you pointed out, when you bundle it all together, it's a pretty unique facility. It's an estate, and other wedding facilities just can't sell estates. But Jeffrey and Glenn will do that really, really well. I just want to make sure that the board and all of the township residents, me being one, will make sure that we get our cut because there's going to be a big cut. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, and I would just comment that our manager is not shy when it comes to asking.
Do we have any other public comment on this issue? Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and call the vote.
Elaine, excuse me, did you formalize number 8?
Well, here, let me give some language.
I've written individual proposals for the Willows Mansion or the Willows Cottage are welcome and will be considered.
Yeah, sure.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll move to amend or to add item number 8.
Second.
Oh, John, second.
Again,
All
it
right.
states individual proposals for the Willows Mansion or the Willows Cottage are welcome and will be considered.
So are you moving to for the entire policy, including 8, or just the amendment?
Well, we already have the entire thing.
I hate to
That's the
wordsmith
amendment.
it, but Jim, shouldn't that be or, not and? Doesn't it change the meaning?
It's
Yeah,
I
but
said.
he said it as an and.
Oh, did I? I meant or. I wrote or. Thank you.
Okay, so let's, do we have a second for, that was seconded by?
Yeah, I second it.
Okay, so now, all in favor of John's proposal with John Nagel's proposal with John Fisher's amendment, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Kevin Higgins opposed. And that passes 6-1. All right. Next on our agenda, John, Still Parks and Rec with John Nagel.
Next, we have Resolution 2013-09 authorizing the submittal of an application for the temporary road closing permit for North Wayne Avenue for the Wheels of Wayne Car Show event Sunday, April 21st, 2013, and Sunday, April 28th, 2013 rain date. I would move that we approve this resolution.
Second.
Any commissioner comment? Any commissioner comment? Any staff comment on this? Anybody from the public? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Next item for Parks and Rec is I would move to approve the Radnor Township advertising policy, and I'd like to turn this over to Bob once we have a second.
Second.
Okay. Bob, would you give us the discussion of this?
Sure. Thank you, John. First of all, I want to begin by thanking John Rice. He's helped to review this and work with Tammy along on this. But I really want to recognize Tammy Cohen for doing a lot of work, extensive work, to put this policy together. This is a policy that I know that has been worked on for a good while, but also this is something I think came down from the board, that we look at other alternatives and other options than always looking at the taxpayers' dollars to how we fund different operations, programs, events, activities. And this is something that begins to address that. I think for governments for a while, it's always been easy to go to the taxpayers and say, just fund this, instead of taking a business approach, a business model, looking at how we can do this because these dollars are out there. Tammy, I know, has done a great job at this. Last year, I believe you raised over $20,000 in sponsorship monies to help offset these costs. Again, I think this is another good avenue for us to look at. And based on the policy, there's a lot of criteria. Granted, this is something, along with a lot of the other policies we've done here in the township, we've got to continue to look at, revise, tweak as we go along in the process here. But I think this is a tremendous start for this, and I just want to recognize Tammy for the lot of time that she's put into this, and for John, his assistant. So, Tammy, if you want to take it from there.
Sure. Thanks, Bob. And thank you very much, John, for the input that you put in on it. I also worked very closely with Melissa Kahn, who works underneath Bill White, too, to work out a lot of key points within this policy in terms of how it would be applied. It is a policy that could cut across many departments and impact many areas, not just Parks and Recreation. I was excited about this policy because I think it brings a new and creative approach to fund many items and many projects. For instance, a couple of the things that are mentioned in there are the website, of course, which is one where, with some advertising opportunities that are minimal, with minimal visual impact, I think could really offset a lot of the costs that go along with that over the course of a year, along with creating some new revenues to start to endeavor some new things on behalf of the township, of course. The policy, as Bob had mentioned, it's really just an overview. It's a starter. It's going to be a process in terms of its implementation. As each of the projects unfold on behalf of the advertising opportunities that will be provided, there will be specific applications that will be developed that go along with that. And each of those will spell those out in more detail. It's something we definitely want to hit the ground running with. By the same token, I think we want to take it slow as we go through this process. It's not intended to put signage and advertisements all over parks and the website and all over different areas of the township. I think we can do it very aesthetically and, of course, over time, do something that works as a best fit here for the township. I know that there's a lot of townships nearby who have looked at this. I want us to be ahead of it, ahead of them. And most importantly, of course, we want to enable the success of many of the businesses in Radnor Township because it's about them as well. As Bob had mentioned about sponsorships, I think the businesses getting involved and partnering with the township has led to a lot of great success, and I think this is another opportunity to do that. So I respectfully request your approval of this policy so that we can get started with implementing the advertising opportunities for the township.
Thank you, Tammy. I just want to say this is probably the most thorough advertising policy in all of Pennsylvania. So thank you for the work that you put into it. I'm all for this. I think it's a very interesting road to go down in terms of producing some revenue that we need badly. And I want to explain, this is setting up a policy for us to have advertisers in certain venues. This is not creating a vested right for people to advertise here any way they want. This will be tightly controlled and managed. And if we feel it's not going the way that we envisioned, we'll pull it back. So with that in mind, I'm very interested in pursuing this, and I really appreciate you taking the steps to make it happen, Tammy, and the rest of yours, and Melissa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You did a good job. Thank you for your work on it. You made a couple of statements, Tammy, that I would just like to explore. You said or Bob, you said it's just a start. There's things to do beyond this. And then Tammy said there will be applications will be set. How it's applied is going to be spelled out. And Elaine, you mentioned it's the most thorough policy you think exists in Pennsylvania. I think it's too thorough. I think 8 pages for an advertising policy for a municipality, I think, is overkill. I say that because I would worry that we would scare people away. When they want to do some advertising in the township through our auspices, and they look at an 8-page policy, I'm not sure they're going to go much further than just looking at it and forgetting about it. So did you look at perhaps trying to reduce the scope here and say 8 pages and maybe 4 pages?
Well, I certainly felt that it did cover all of the applicable areas that we were looking to endeavor here. To be honest with you, no, I didn't look at reducing it because I thought it was pretty thorough. I thought it was fair for businesses. I didn't think it really said or exhibited anything that would chase those businesses away, in my opinion.
And Commissioner, just to add on to what Tammy just said, is, we fall in a different realm with government and with transparency, and make sure we're very clear on that. So I think it adds more layers, and I think that's part of government with the red tape that we have to put more in protections. But I think there's already been interest with people looking to already go into this advertisement. But as part of this, though, it's going to be an evolution as we continue to go through this. I'd rather have more out there now and pull back than having to catch ourselves in a situation where someone has caught that gap and has snuck in, and all of a sudden we have some type of adult entertainment that now has ended up on our website that we can't stop. So I'd rather have more and be able to pull back, which is a lot easier pulling back than it is moving out forward. And I think that's kind of the premise of kind of went to, is make sure it's tight at first and then see how it goes, and then come back to the board if we are having issues and pull back.
I'm all in favor of not letting anybody take advantage of us, but again, I think we could have done it in much less wording.
Can I comment on that? I appreciate the detail. And, I think it's every day that one of us clicks. We go to a website, we want to sign up on a website, and we have to look at the EULA, and it's a 32-page legal document. Most of us scroll to the bottom, click, I agree, and proceed. I appreciate the detail. I think it'll help us in the future. And certainly the application could be a 1-page form that, refers to this document, or you give a copy of this document. But I'm hoping that it won't interfere with the progress. So thanks for all the detail on that.
Yes, my thoughts. I'm going to vote against it. I don't think we need to name our facilities for revenue, and some of the advertisements, like putting advertisements on trucks, is something I don't think we need to do or should do. So I intend to vote against it. If it came back, scaled back a bit with more incidental advertising, I would support that. But I think this is too much opportunity for too many things, in my opinion.
Any other commissioner comment?
I'm going to vote in favor of it, but very reluctantly. I just think it's overkill. We don't need. And by the way, John, this won't be all that the advertiser has to wade through. There will be an agreement in addition to this. This is just a policy, so it's not the end of things.
Staff, any further comment from staff? Would anybody from the public like to comment? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'd like to call it for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? 1. It passes 6-1.
That wraps up Parks and Rec.
All right, next we have Personnel and Administration. Commissioner Fisher, will you take this?
In our packets on the Township website and on the table in the back, you'll find a settlement agreement. This settlement agreement is between the Township, the Board of Commissioners, John Osborne, the Treasurer, David Bayshore, and Kelly Bayshore, collectively known as the Bayshores. Before I hand this over to John Rice to discuss, I just want to give a little history because this issue began several years ago, and I think it's a good idea just to kind of put the details out there. In 2009, as a result of a tip from John Osborne, the treasurer, the Board of Commissioners, under the leadership of Tom Masterson, began an investigation into the practices of bonuses that were being given out by the township manager, David Bayshore. And as a result of that initial investigation, the board adopted Resolution 2009-12 on March 5th, 2009, requesting the resignation of David Bayshore. And David Bayshore elected to have a hearing, and as a result of that, we passed Resolution 2009-13 on April 13th, 2009, removing David Bayshore from his office. Since that time, investigations were into David Bayshore's practices initiated by our special counsel, led to a report, the Margolis report, and our forensic auditors also produced detailed records of the practices of the former manager. That information went to the FBI. That information went to the DA's office. It also was sent to the State Ethics Commission by me. As a result of that, the State Ethics Commission did have a finding back on October 19, 2010. State Ethics Commission entered Order 1563, where they found that Bayshore had paid himself funds that we called bonuses in the amount of $167,367. In addition to that, there's some additional payments of $5,575.22 and $4,477.25 for a total of $177,419.47. Due to the statute of limits on the State Ethics Commissions, they had to limit their finding to the years 2004 through 2008, and as such, they ruled that Bayshore had to repay the township $55,331.21. After that result, our insurance carrier, Hartford, was compelled to give us a $500,000 settlement to make us whole. And during that process, we entered a surcharge action that was initiated by the treasurer, John Osborne. I'll now give it to John Rice to talk about the settlement agreement, to give us detail about the terms of the settlement agreement, and then we'll have a discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. The agreement essentially is a global resolution of three different pieces of litigation, one being the township surcharge action, which is a statutory confession of judgment, which was filed by the treasurer. The township then picked it up at that point and started carrying that forward to see how much of that we could recover from Mr. Bayshore. There was also around the same time a Human Rights Commission complaint filed by Mr. Bayshore against both the township and Mr. Osborne. That case is also referenced in the settlement agreement. And there was a third action involving a complaint, what I call a privacy action, or an allegation of breach of privacy against the township's forensic auditors. Initially, the township was also named in that litigation, and subsequently the township was released from that. So they're the three matters that are occurring here. The resolution essentially would resolve all of those cases. There would be additional money paid by Bayshore to the township of $80,000. It sets forth the manner in which that gets paid. And I can say that this has been put together over the course because I was here pretty much at the beginning of all this, a little bit after Mr. Masterson and Mr. Fisher started pressing to have the information that had occurred in early '09 released. So we followed this, and since the surcharge action, it's what's happened here and where we are today is under the supervision of the court. There was a special judge assigned to this case. The judges in Delaware County recused himself. Judge Braxton has basically met with the parties over the course of the last year and a half on 4 or 5 occasions. So this is something that the court has encouraged the parties to proceed with, and resulting in resolution of all the litigation and the payment of additional funds by Mr. Bayshore. The one thing that the court insisted on was that there be full disclosure by Mr. Bayshore of his assets. That's been done. That'll be filed with the court. Like any settlement, no one's happy about what is in this document. I can tell you that the one issue that I've heard probably over the last year and a half or 2 years is why Mr. Bayshore is entitled to a pension. And just to add a little bit more of the history as to why he's entitled to a pension, is that when the initial investigation occurred in this matter, the Ethics Commission, the DA's office, and the FBI were all involved in investigating, interviewing many of the township staff, going through many of the township records, and interviewing many of the township current and past commissioners. The Ethics Commission took the lead ultimately in what happened, and their decision, which Commissioner Fisher referenced, was a payment of about $55,000 and some change, was a result of their finding that there had been violations of the Ethics Act only as to the money that the bonuses that were paid by Mr. Bayshore to himself. They did not make any determination about criminal culpability. They did not recommend to the DA that there be any prosecution, which they could have, but they did not. So their decision is a civil decision under the Ethics Act. It wasn't a criminal conviction or a prosecution, but it's in effect a civil fine for violating the Ethics Act. Delaware County DA chose not to prosecute. The township has had many communications with both the Ethics Commission and the DA's office over the past 3 or 4 years about criminal prosecution, but that's not something that the township has a jurisdiction to require. Under the state law, and I'll address the pension issue, there is a Public Employee Pension Forfeiture Act, and unless a public employee is convicted, and I'll read you the language because I know this has been a little bit of a confusing issue for some people, but unless an individual, a public official, a public employee, is convicted or pleads guilty or no defense to any crime related to public office or public employment, they're entitled to their pension. If they're convicted, if they plead guilty or they plead no defense, then there's a process where the pension is forfeited. Pensions in Pennsylvania are protected by the Constitution. They're protected under this act. The issue of employees being fired for misconduct in office has been raised many times in the past in terms of a pension forfeiture. It was resolved in 1992. There's a couple Pennsylvania Supreme Court cases involving officers, Philadelphia city officers who were discharged, much like what happened with Mr. Bayshore, for misconduct in office. And the city of Philadelphia attempted to enact ordinances to reverse the Pension Forfeiture Act, and the Supreme Court said you can't do that. So the township, to the extent that it acknowledges there's a pension obligation here, that's all the township is doing. We're not agreeing that we like that there's a pension obligation, but It is what the law requires. It's something that the court certainly is aware of, and so that's the reason for the pension. I guess the other aspect of this is, and I can point out, is that as far as I know, there is no further criminal investigation occurring, although some of the statutes of limitations go up to 5 years on some of the possible crimes that he could be charged with. I don't expect that to happen. I think when the Ethics Commission did what they did and conducted their investigation, that the other law enforcement agencies basically delegated the ultimate resolution as to what would happen to that organization. So it's in front of the board tonight. This will be entered as a court order. It will be something that the court will retain continuing jurisdiction on. And if any aspect of the disclosure or any of the information that's been disclosed to the township and to the court proves false or misleading, the township would have the right to petition the court to enforce the settlement agreement. I don't know if the board has any questions. We've discussed this over the course of a couple years. Some of you have been in the courtroom with the judge over the last year or so in trying to get to this point where all the litigation, the expense of continuing to prosecute the surcharge action has been discussed.
Thank you, John. Well, before we have commissioner discussion, can I have a motion to get this on the floor?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Who would like to start with comment?
Well, I'll start. I intend to support it. I mean, my sense is that we have to do it. There's punishment associated with this. We're getting back as much money as we can, I believe, and my sense is that we should support it, so I intend to vote for it tonight.
I also intend to support it as one of the three people sitting up here who kind of lived through this from start to finish. I'm convinced this is as good as we're going to get. It's unfortunate what happened. There's lessons to be learned, but I think if we continue to litigate and spend money, we're just wasting more money on top of this bad situation already.
I, too, intend to support it. I think it would be just very unwise to continue to pursue this. This is not a slam dunk case. The Ethics Commission did not recommend prosecuting it. The DA and the FBI both investigated and did not prosecute. Proceeding with this case is very risky and very expensive. We've had expenses over the last few years, but the expenses would mount incredibly if we decided to pursue this, because we would be in active discovery and we'd have scores of depositions and pretty intense discovery. And the math doesn't work out for what we'd be risking. In addition, I feel that the township, while we have certainly not been made whole, we have recouped a significant amount of money towards making ourselves whole to the extent, to as far as we can. And that includes the $500,000 that we received from our insurance payment, the $55,000 that we received from Bayshore, another $29,000 payment from Bayshore in a side settlement, and then $80,000 that we will receive tonight. So while it's not whole, it has put us in a better position than if we hadn't pursued any of these avenues. And finally, I certainly don't think that this settlement is any type of moral victory. It's hard to swallow, especially with the pension payments included therein. However, we're not really here to make to go for moral victories. We're here to make the best decisions for our taxpayers. And in this particular circumstance, the wisest course of action is cutting our losses, extracting everything we can, which we have, and moving on. Thank you.
I'm going to support it. I just want to summarize what we're getting out of this. John Rice has gone through it, and I want to thank him for all the work he did for this. On this, I think we've probably wouldn't be where we are now without John's perseverance and stick-to-itiveness. So what are we getting out of this? Well, we're getting Mr. Bayshore to waive a total of $277,508 in accrued leave. That is vacation and personal leave of $102,300, longevity pay of $990, unused sick leave of $74,218. And his legal expenses that he claims have exceeded $100,000. So if you add all those together, and I know the legal expense claim is, it's not a number that we have really done any due diligence to confirm, but if you added, excluded the legal expense part of it, we would be getting, we are obtaining a waiver of his demands or his entitlements to $177,508. And if you put the legal expense in there, then it comes up to $277,000. He will withdraw or dismiss his lawsuits that he brought against us before the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, that's the U.S., and the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission, alleging workplace discrimination, harassment, and hostility. He filed a invasion of privacy action against the Board of Commissioners and against our forensic auditors regarding the disclosure of his tax returns. We were dismissed from that case a while back in May of 2010. The auditors will be dismissed, or that case will be dismissed, and the auditors will be released from liability with no payment made by them. And then Mr. Bayshore will actually be paying us money, $80,000. There'll be $10,000 of that in 30 days, and the balance of $70,000 will be spread out from January 2016 until January or February 28th, 2024, the way I calculate the wording or analyze the wording in the settlement. With regard to there is a sworn affidavit here in this case. It's not on the public record. That's been a negotiated matter. It's confidential because it has the Bayshore's personal assets in it. I think the board would like to see that made public. However, we respect their right to privacy. It will be filed under seal with the Court of Common Pleas, and if in the course of how things unfold, if it is determined that Mr. Bayshore understated his assets over the course of time, understated his assets as of today, then we would be in a position to file an action for fraud and to seek damages and penalties. So that's what we're getting. Oh, Elaine mentioned that we have an ethics settlement of real cash of $55,331. Our insurance carrier, the Hartford Group, paid us $500,000. We settled the liability of Mr. Bayshore under his mortgage note for the house that he was furnished by the township. That amount of money was $29,000. So that's the dollars. What are we giving up? We're having our surcharge action, which the treasurer filed. That'll be dismissed. We are withdrawing any objection to Mr. Bayshore getting his pension. He has two pensions, or one is similar to a 401k with the International Municipal Managers Association. And as our solicitor told us, we cannot require that to be forfeited by state law. There was a time, I believe, where a person who had been convicted of a crime involving his public office could actually receive his pension. I think our Speaker of the House in Pennsylvania, Mr. Feynman, was actually in that category, and he was able to get his pension. That goes back about 30 years. The other thing we have to do is cooperate with Mr. Bayshore to allow him to collect the paid pension by supplying and not interfering with his need for any paperwork that we may have. So all in all, I think the township is doing well here. It's unfortunate this ever happened, but it did happen. I think the current management in the township is much better than what we had in the past, and I'm sure that we can hold our heads high when we talk about this settlement.
I plan to support this, the reason being that I believe it's in the best interest of Radnor taxpayers. I think all things being said, we actually did pretty well for the taxpayers in this case.
Well, I will be voting against the settlement. But first, I want to thank John Osborne for having the courage back in 2009 to stand up in front of the board at that time, the sitting board, not this board, but the sitting board. And despite all the pushback that he got, to have the courage to stand up there and tell the truth and to stand up for something, that was important. I also want to thank Tom Masterson, he's not here tonight, for his courage to stand up and do the right thing. If it wasn't for Tom Masterson's leadership at that moment, David Bayshore may still be sitting in that chair to my left. I supported Tom, Tom supported myself, and together we went on several occasions to the DA's office. We met with the FBI. We met with the State Ethics Commission. And we pushed and pushed and pushed. But in the end, the district attorney's office, it is a political office, and they face risks. If they try to prosecute and they don't succeed, it could mean the end of their career. I'm not going to judge them. I do wish they pursued the charges. I do wish they had a hearing. I wish we had the opportunity as a township to have our day in court. Didn't happen. I can't change that. I certainly tried. Tom tried. John Rice tried. I want to thank all staff, because most of you who are sitting here, the directors that are here, are all new since that day. And you're the ones that have had to pick the pieces up. Because when we lost the manager, we lost everything. We lost the cohesiveness of the township. I can't say that word tonight. We lost cohesiveness, thank you. We lost, I ruined a great speech too. Damn. We lost so much. If I can just put it and quantize it for you. The year 2009, I lost about 75% of my income. That 2009, 2010, 75% of my income was lost because I had to spend that time helping to piece this back together. Now, I'm sure other commissioners spent a lot of time as well. But the personal cost to me, to the township, to the taxpayers, I don't think we'll ever recover that, even if there was a criminal proceeding. So, in one way, I'm going to vote against this, but I do thank John Rice for his hard work over the last 3 years to help put together a settlement that does, in fact, bring us closer to becoming whole than we would have been if we hadn't done this. If you're unhappy with the outcome, contact your district attorney's office, because they had an obligation to open a case. They had the responsibility to open the case, and they chose not to. So I will vote against this, but I do support the concept of getting this settled and putting it behind us. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any comment from staff? I would like to open it for public
John Rice, you moved. Do you want to make any closing comments, or is that because of the...
No, I mean, John Fisher has been living with this longer than I have, but this is, what happened with the management of the township prior to the current management, it's really the poster child for how not to run a township. Municipal mismanagement. And, there were a lot of reasons for it. There was a lot of damage, obviously. I think that what I've seen since then is the township certainly moving in the right direction. I mean, I represent a lot of municipalities, and I've observed a lot of managers and a lot of things that happen in townships. And, I give this board a lot of credit for bringing in gentlemen to my right and the gentlemen to my left, and the other folks that, have changed position in the township. But I mean, other than to make that point, I think that, settlements usually are good when nobody's happy. Or at least they're palatable when no one's happy. This is something that could have gone a couple different ways, but I can't in good faith recommend that the board spend any more money litigating something when the likelihood of recovery is as small as I believe it is involving this particular case. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, I'd like to open it up to public comment, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Diane Edbrell. I live at 205 Spruce Tree Road. I think there's one person that, more than anyone else, we really need to thank, and that's John Fisher, for his tireless and self-sacrificing work to try to achieve some justice on behalf of the taxpayers of Radnor Township, and the courage that he exhibited to be really the lone voice on the Board of Commissioners for a little while until, at least Tom Masterson took up the right cause on this, but to, really do the right thing every step of the way, never questioning, never turning back, never thinking about how this might play out for his own self and his own self-interest. John observed accurately, in my view, that in part the district attorney's decision not to prosecute was a political one. But I have to say, I've lived with this far longer ago than when this came to the public light in 2009, that politics really permeated the situation every single step along the way. It was going on when former Commissioner Dave Cannon tried to bring to the public's awareness the fact that there was this contract that Mr. Bayshore had entered into with the township in the dark, not in the sunshine as is required by law, to, that really was at the root of all of this. I think that, unfortunately, the first time that this got brought to light by Mr. Osborne, I think there were many members of the Board of Commissioners who were sitting up there at that point who made decisions based on politics and personal self-interest rather than what was right for the people of Radnor Township. I'm not saying these are necessarily partisan political decisions, but just ones that really put the best interest of the people of Radnor Township second to other considerations. It's certainly true that nobody here in this room can control a decision that a prosecutor can make. But, I never once saw a unanimous public statement or request from this Board of Commissioners to either the District Attorney's Office or to the U.S. Attorney's Office to really pursue this matter more vigorously. Had that happened, I think, there's a political backlash or political cost to not pursuing this case and not investigating it. I used to be a prosecutor, and believe me, good as I may have been, I didn't win all my cases, but it didn't mean that because I had, a complicated case or maybe a witness who was not the most likable person that I wouldn't prosecute it, because a law was broken and people were hurt. And that's what the job of law enforcement is to do. And I think unless our leaders in this community hold their feet to the fire, we can just expect what we get, which is, I think, a lukewarm and always looking over your shoulder kind of response. I think it's sort of irrelevant that the Ethics Board didn't recommend prosecution. It's not their job. They did their job. They found that Dave Bayshore had committed violations. Their decision isn't binding on any law enforcement agency. So I think it's really sort of, an aside. I think that, I hope that not only for the people here who will be sitting in this position for years to come, but for other commissioners on this board, on the school board, in other communities, when somebody stands up and says there's something wrong, you might not like the person, you might not believe the person, but you have an obligation to the people you represent to do everything you can to get to the bottom of it and determine whether it's true or not. I wish that there were more things that this current board had done to push the taxpayers' agenda, because, even though what we're talking about with Dave Bayshore is several $100,000, the cost to the township is far greater because of the policies that he inappropriately and self-interestedly implemented that, innocent employees of the township relied upon, and we now rightfully are obligated to them to the tune of many millions of dollars. I think, I'm not going to go through, as an attorney, I understand that sometimes you have to cut your losses and that this particular agreement maybe is the best we can do with this one individual. But, there were 3 other parties who signed that contract with David Bayshore, and their names were Pierce, Mahoney, and Blake. And they knew that they were violating the Township Sunshine Law at the time that they did it. And I hope that you people will look into whether or not there exists any potential opportunity to seek out against them for the harm they did and for the culture of covertness and dishonesty that they implemented that allowed this situation to fester for all the years that it did. I thank John Osborne for having the courage. I thank John Fisher for having the courage. I thank my friends who I'm sure you'll hear from, who also worked very hard through freedom, through right to know requests to really give Mr. Commissioner Masterson the irrefutable evidence that he needed to do the right thing and to move forward as he did. And I hope that in the future we all act differently and we all, take a page out of other people's playbooks to do the right thing and not the easiest thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane.
Martin Hellring, 305 Audubon Avenue. Just a brief comment / question. First of all, I couldn't agree more with everything that my predecessor just said, so I won't repeat anything of it. But, and I think this is probably the best that you're going to get, so I agree with that consensus. But there's one gap in this, for me at least. Mr. Rice referenced reasons for this. There's been an examination of the reasons for this, and Commissioner Higgins mentioned lessons learned. As a taxpayer, I'd really like some clarity around what were the reasons for this. When you read through the forensic report, I read through some of it in the meeting, it's painful, painful. So there were clear gaps, either at the auditor level, with financial controls at the township, at the governance level at the board. I don't know where they all were, but clear gaps. So I think the taxpayers are owed an explanation of what happened. I'm not looking for blame. I'm just saying an understanding what happened and what are the lessons learned as a result of this, so that we have some comfort around something like this not happening again. And yes, I totally agree. We've got great staff now, but that's not enough. There needs to be controls around it, and taxpayers need some comfort that there's some prudence and governance around the tax dollars that they are paying into the township. So I hope there's some discussion tonight on that, or at least that there's something that comes out with some clarity around those issues.
I will make one comment on that. If you look at the language being proposed for the adjustments to the charter, the change to the treasurer's language is specific because of this issue.
Okay, I'll look at that. But if there's anything else, I'd love to hear it.
Hi, good evening. Sarah Armstrong, Radnor resident. John Fisher, thank you so much. I want to make sure that you know how much I personally appreciate and my family appreciates all of the hard work that you did. And I want to thank Christina Peroni in the audience tonight also, who worked tirelessly to bring about justice. I know that we're not happy with letting him have one single penny more from the taxpayers of Radnor Township, but my personal advice at this point is he's like a tumor. Just cut him out. Be done with him, John. He doesn't deserve any more time of ours. So thank you. You did a great job.
Evening. Dan Sherry, Wayne. Just want to, first, a little clarification. These came from Commissioner Schaefer, these remarks that perked my ears up because it was a question that I had coming in. Is Commissioner Schaefer accurate that nobody was deposed with respect to this litigation covered in the settlement agreement, the proposed settlement agreement?
There were no depositions. There was sessions with the court.
No sworn testimony?
Correct.
This employment agreement that was allegedly executed by Dave Bayshore and a number of people on this board, although not in the sunshine as represented by some of the other speakers tonight correctly, has a number of individuals listed on it, including Mr. Bayshore. It's an important document. In fact, it forms the basis for the first whereas clause, which is whereas Bayshore previously served as a township manager of the township pursuant to an employment agreement between the township and Bayshore dated January 1st, 2001, contract. So this document is quite seminal to the litigation, and yet nobody was deposed who had knowledge of this document or the circumstances leading up to it. And just for the record, the signatories are James Pierce, Hank Mahoney, Coretta Clayton, Dave Bayshore, Dave Blake, Kelly Bayshore. So even though we've had protracted litigation and a lot of moaning about that tonight, nobody was deposed about that. I don't know how anybody can come to the conclusion that this is an appropriate settlement agreement when there's virtually no discovery done, particularly when it comes to pertinent discovery as to what went into this. And is there validity to this? Because it certainly forms the cornerstone of this proposed settlement agreement tonight. And I think that's outrageous. With all of the expenses that have been paid in, that not one deposition was taken here. Nothing for this public to review in terms of what Mr. Bayshore said leading into this contract, what the other crafters of this contract had to say under oath, that we couldn't take aside one afternoon to take a number of depositions, and instead we just go into this settlement agreement with no record. I won't comment any further on litigation strategy aside from the fact that it is farcical to say that we can hold our heads up if we've done no discovery, if people aren't actually put under oath. Farcical. Another comment that John Rice made that I believe requires some comment is the statement that, well, settlements usually no because nobody's really all that excited or happy about it. I've heard that as well. But I don't think it's accurate. I don't think it's accurate for a number of people on this board. And I think it's worth a few moments to just relive what people said at Dave Bayshore's termination hearing and what they did. For example, Elaine Paul Schaefer, current board president, photographed at the Bayshore termination meeting when she was a candidate for commissioner, hugging Dave Bayshore, hugging him. John Nagel, commissioner. Here's what Mr. Nagel said. Jumped in front of a television camera following the termination hearing and said this: I think this was one step too far, maybe. We now have the process of trying to find another manager, and you almost think, who would want to come here after all this, seeing the way it rolled out? And finally, Bill Spingler. This is what Bill Spingler said at Dave Bayshore's termination hearing. I would write Dave Bayshore a letter of recommendation anywhere, as well as this statement. But I hope that Dave Bayshore and his lawyer can work with the board and their lawyer, and that we can come to an agreement with his severance for leaving the township. I think anybody who comes up here and makes a statement that they're not happy, aside from John Fisher, who's actually been opposed to this individual since day one of these proceedings, is doing nothing more than patting themselves on the back. And I'll close by saying again, to enter into this type of agreement without actually deposing the individuals who form the basis of this contract, and as alluded to by Ms. Edbrell, Dave Cannon and others have stated that they tried to get this contract, tried to find out about it. It is really just engaging again in self-serving compliments. And I'm deeply, deeply saddened that this individual, without any due diligence, and doing discovery is the most base element of due diligence, that we're going to end up paying this individual more money. A man who ruined the township. Thank you.
Thank you for your opinion. Any other public comment?
My name is Christina Peroni. I live on Walnut Avenue in Wayne. I would ask each of you, although you've already stated your opinion, that you're 6 of you are planning to vote for this and only Mr. Fisher vote against it, I would ask each of you to dig down deep, to just say, let me reconsider. And there's a few options that I think we may not have fully explored, and I would ask you to consider those options. Number one, what Mr. Sherry mentioned about the employment agreement. A lot of people don't know this, but on January 1st, 2001, there was an employment agreement signed that was referenced earlier. Now, our Home Rule Charter, which is our guide to how to run our township, specifically states in there, and I'm reading from it in 711, all contracts of the township involving sums in excess of $3,000 shall be in writing and approved formally by the board. It also states, any official who authorizes knowingly a contract to be made in violation of this provision shall be subject to removal from office. Just using those 2 bits of data that are so simple, it would state that not only Mr. Bayshore should have been removed from office, but Mr. Mahoney, Mr. Pierce should have been removed from office, and Mr. Blake. Secondly, as a result of this document, we gave this man $175,000 to buy a house. This document remains secret for many, many years. And it was not just by happenstance it remained secret. There are documents I am reading from, this is done by Neil Morris, where we paid them a lot of money to investigate what happened in our township. And they state that we did not, since this document was never approved in public, it violated the Sunshine Act, and it also violated the codes of our Home Rule Charter. So I ask you, there are 3 opportunities here. Could we go after the insurance company for Mr. Blake? He was our solicitor. He clearly wasn't representing us because when people asked about what was going on and commissioners were asking, no one would disclose this. I know Mr. Higgins' wife was there at the time and had no idea that this contract ever existed. Next, they also very consciously withheld the data from our accounting firm. So Mr. Bayshore wrote a note in here, and I would just take you to a letter from June 27, 2002. Our accounting firm, which is McGladrey and Pullen, wanted to disclose this contract. But obviously, since it was never agreed in public and nobody else knew about it other than these 3 individuals, that would have caused quite a stir, because at the time, Mr. Cannon, who was, the sole quiet voice of trying to get some reason on the board, he basically says, this is from Mr. Pierce, this is to confirm that to the extent possible under generally accepted accounting principles, the Board of Commissioners would like the details of the township employment agreement with the township manager to not be disclosed on our financial statements. Next, there's another letter from Mr. Bayshore confirming the same action, saying, please don't disclose this. It wasn't up to McGladrey and Poland to make that decision. You can tell from this document that it says it violated the Sunshine Act and it violated our Home Rule Charter. I will also take you to the point that Mr. Bayshore, as the manager, is the chief executive officer of this document. It is written in this charter, this is his job to enforce the rules. So for him to say he didn't know he had to do it is a joke. I mean, obviously he knew he had to do it because it says he tried to hide it. So I ask you, number one, did we go to McGladrey and Poland and try and go after their insurance company? Does anybody know that? Because there's about $4 million that was just...
I think we pursued all avenues that were available to us.
You went to McGladrey and Poland's insurance company?
We pursued all avenues
we
that were
had
available to us.
discussions involving things like this in executive session, and we pursued avenues. Beyond that, my sense is that we defer to our solicitor.
Okay, Mr. Rice, why didn't we pursue that?
Tina, I'm going to have to ask you to address the board. It's really not appropriate to have a Q&A with our staff.
It's not, but let me just say, the township, everybody that you want to sue, Christine, as you know, it costs money to do that. But we investigated everybody you've mentioned so far and going after them 3 years ago.
Not personally, they're insurance companies.
We pursued all the avenues, all the possibilities. It all involves risk, it all involves unknowns, and it all involves litigation costs. And it was discussed with this board and the previous board every step of the way.
It should have been disclosed in public. If you guys had that conversation in executive session, that should have been part of the public. We just got this settlement 2 days ago. So there's $600,000 in bonuses that were given out. So no one's talking about that we never got back. There was $3,800,000 in cost to this township for excessive days because he changed the administrative policy. Literally in his letter, it basically says that this man got 11 weeks off a year. He changed the administrative code so he would get 3 weeks of sick time. It was just outrageous. He was literally 11 weeks. Why do you think he has $270,000 worth of stuff? Because he changed the code so he gets 11 weeks off. It's outrageous. I know everybody wants to put this behind them. I know we want to be done. I recognize that. But I would ask you to discuss this in public, have a public conversation. Don't continue to hide behind executive session. Don't continue to have this conversation in private. This is all of us. This cost was to all of us. We all spend a lot of time on it. Mr. Fisher, what you have dedicated to this is truly the township cannot possibly thank you enough, because you gave up. I saw you so many hours for this, and it would have been nice to have the board collectively go and do something about it and go to the prosecutors and say they should continue. So I will close by saying I recognize that local politics is uncomfortable. I recognize that these people are our neighbors. I recognize my kid plays soccer with the kid's daughter. I recognize that this is very unpleasant. But you are elected, and it's your job to push to disclose it. And I would ask you to table it and consider more discussion upon these other opportunities. You may have 4 different insurance companies you could go after to recoup some money. And if you leave that on the table, I would say we haven't learned our lessons. Thank you.
Thank you for your opinion. And Christina, I'd like to add thank you on behalf of our community for all of the time and effort and energy that you put into this over the last 5 years. Any other public comment? Okay, do we have any further commissioner comment before I call the vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to approve the settlement agreement, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passes 6-1. I'd just like to wrap up that conversation on a more positive note, saying that we're closing the chapter on this era, very unpleasant era, and our township is now more professionally and transparently managed than it ever has been, ever in the past. And honestly, our 7 commissioners come very dangerously close to micromanagement at this point because of our obligation and our feeling of responsibility towards never letting this happen again. And frankly, our financial situation is stronger and more stable and more transparent than it ever has been, and there have been many, many, many policies and practices set in motion that have guaranteed that this will not happen again, and not the least of which is our CBFAC and CARFAC, which really lend a great deal of assurance to all of us. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is Finance and Audit, and Commissioner Kevin Higgins, would you like to take that?
Yep. Bill, just a quick question so I explain it correctly. What's listed here is January. Are they 2013 disbursements, or are they carryovers from 2012?
In almost every case, they were carry forward obligations from 12. The checks were issued in 13, so that's why
I
they're
just want to
dated.
make sure. Okay, so the first item on the agenda is the disbursements for 2012-12D, 2013-1A, and 2013-1B, totaling $1,448,669.26. And as Bill described, almost universally they apply to expenses incurred in 2012. So I'll make the motion to accept and approve these disbursements.
Is there any commissioner comment?
Yes, please note my recusal on the line items involving office basics.
Any staff comment? Any public comment? I'll call the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? It passes 7-0, with noting that Don Curley has recused himself on several items.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is Resolution 2013-01. There's a correction to the printed copy at the back in the third whereas clause where it says January 7th, 2013. That should be January 28th, 2013. And I make a motion to approve the authorization to the township manager to bind workers' compensation coverage for a price of $433,035.
Second.
Do we have any commissioner comment? Any staff comment on this? Okay. Any public comment? I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, next item on the agenda is Resolution 2013-08, where the board is authorizing a reduction in the FOP pension contribution from 5% to 3% pursuant to Act 600. Bob, anything you want to say, or Bill, on that?
If I could, just real quickly, the township is audited biannually by the Auditor General's office, and one of the comments that came up back in 2010 and then again most recently is specific to this item, where Act 600 stipulates a 5% employee contribution, but the township has collectively bargained a 3% employee contribution. So to comply with the state law and to satisfy the comment that was raised by the Auditor General's office, what this piece of legislation does is it just is an official action by the board recognizing the 3% employee contribution is different than the Act 600 limit of 5%. And so that's what we're doing here with this legislation. And we should, as long as that 3% or anything less than 5% is effective, you'll see this resolution come up annually in January each year for that year.
So I make a motion to approve Resolution 2013-08.
Second.
I would just like to make a comment in that this particular item, this contribution by our officers, was specifically called out by our CARFAC in their report that they gave us last month, 2 months ago, and that they pointed out that while our officers have a 3% contribution, it's actually a 2% contribution, because 1% of that 3% is actually paid by the Police Pension Fund charity, which you probably all recognize from your mailboxes. It's a private fundraiser who raises money to offset that cost to the officers. In addition, the CARFAC report pointed out that they did some research on this about what our neighbors do on this front, and our actuarial firm, Achenhoft, has researched this, and of all of their clients, they found that only 5% of all the municipalities that they cover have 2% or less as a contribution level for their police officers. So we are in the very, very, very top tier of what we cover on that 5%. I wanted to note that because it's an important item that we need to all be aware of.
Bill, can I ask? So what this is saying is that the individual officers that are in the union now will be no longer required to contribute 5%, and they're going to be entitled to what they agreed to in the collective bargaining agreement?
Yeah, the Township's collective bargaining agreement with the FOP dates back to the current one that we're operating in goes back to 2008. So since 2008 at least, it's been 3%. So this is not changing the employee contribution rate. Merely it's recognizing that it is 3% and not 5%.
Okay, thanks.
All right, do we have any more commissioner comment and staff comment? Public comment? I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is item H, business privilege tax settlement in the amount of $19,500 identified as BPT 2013-01. Anything you want to say, Bill?
No, really, as we discussed, it's just weighing our options moving forward with all of these.
Okay. So I make a motion to approve the settlement.
Second.
Any commissioner comment? Staff comment? Public comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next item.
Any opposed say nay. Passes 7-0.
Next item is the business privilege tax settlement 2013-02 in the amount of $30,650, and I'll just assume that Bill has nothing else to say, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any commissioner comment? Staff comment? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is business privilege tax settlement 2013-03. It's actually $96,000 even, not $96,500 as identified in the document and on the agenda. So I'll make a motion to approve the business privilege tax settlement 2013-03 for $96,000.
Second.
Commissioner comment? Staff comment? Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Madam Chairwoman, if I could just real briefly, since to touch on a topic that was brought up during public comment on the prior issue, just to touch on some of the lessons learned, and I'll only take a moment just in touching on the establishment of the Citizens Audit Review and Financial Advisory Committee being the linchpin which has fed into a higher scrutiny on internal controls, and we've implemented several internal control practices and policies as a result of their involvement and us taking more seriously what the auditors are telling us we should be doing. At the same time, we've included in the audit process, as part of establishing CARFAX, separate meetings where the Board of Commissioners gets to meet with the independent auditors, separate of anyone from administration, and at the same time, the independent auditors get to meet with CARFAX, separate of the administration. So with those different conversations going on, if there is ever an item where it is raised by our auditor saying this is something you should probably take a look at, that message will get relayed to the Citizens Audit Review Committee as well as the Board of Commissioners, separate of our involvement. which is obviously a critical step in making sure that those items are A, identified, and B, followed up on by not only this group, but also from a more functional level by Carfax. So I just wanted to touch on that real briefly since it was brought up before about lessons learned. This board's already taken very important steps to make sure that internal controls and those types of things are buttoned up on the front end. And also then on the back end, if there are issues, the avenues exist now to have those conversations and get those things vetted out, and so that there's full disclosure.
Thank you, Bill. All right, I think we're moving on now to community development with Commissioner Curley.
Very well. The first item on the agenda is a presentation. So we have people from URDC to make a presentation to us. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's actually a two-step agenda item. The first being a meeting request. As part of the 2011-127 resolution, the board approved URDC to prepare an amendment to the PI zoning update. As part of that contract, URDC had a maximum number of 6 meetings with the public, planning commission, and with the commissioners. Beyond that amount, each successive meeting was going to be billed at a rate of $550. As a result of a very interactive process with the planning commission, URDC has already reached that 6-meeting minimum. And there's a lot more work to be done with the planning commission and at the board level. So we're requesting an additional 8 meetings to be allocated for this process at a cost of $4,400 for that to get through that. I don't anticipate hitting all 8 meetings, but I want to have some give and take in there in case there's some additional work that the commissioners want to see and have Charlie prepare. So I do have Charlie here to give you an update as to where we're at with the planning commission. We hope to wrap this up the middle part of this year to have something in front of you for that process.
Kevin, just to make sure I understood your comment, you're confident that we won't exceed the 8 you're requesting?
At this point, I think that the 8 is a comfortable level that I am with. I don't know as we get further into this and as the recommendation comes from Planning Commission up to the commissioners where that process will go, but I think that the 8 meetings is more than enough to have 2 or 3 meetings here at the commissioners' levels with Charlie present. We can always have additional public meetings on this once we get to a certain point where we may not need to involve Charlie. So there's definitely going to be more than the 8 meetings. Just, I don't think we necessarily need to have the 8 with Charlie.
Charlie, would you like to come up and say a few words?
Just a couple questions for Kevin on that same subject. Why do we need 14 meetings to pass this through?
Well, I thought, looking at the contract, the initial contract had only allocated 6. I think when you're undertaking a project of this magnitude, and when you're going to have the consultant come to planning commission meetings, work with them, and then come to the commissioners for several meetings, that the 6 may have been a little light to begin with. And I think that was anticipated in the contract, where they had allocated additional meetings beyond just the 6, but the $11,200 contract amount only included the 6.
So what do we do that requires us to have 14 meetings?
I think just the interactive process as it's going back and forth with the Planning Commission over that period of time. This is a rather large undertaking to update the PI zoning district. The 6 meetings wasn't going to get you through a Planning Commission session, let alone allocate time for the commissioners to have the consultant there to go over what is coming out of Planning Commission.
Okay, and then for Bill White, where does this $4,400 come from if we decide we want to do this?
Well, it'll come out of the same contracted expense line that the expenses so far to this contract have gone to. At this point, it's pretty early in the year, but I would foresee, and the reason why we're bringing it in front of the board now is this being a variance beyond what we budgeted, because a few months ago we weren't necessarily anticipating this expense. So,
can I ask a question? What you just said, you used it as the term variance. Are you asking for more money to do this, or are you just are you going to fit it within the existing budget and just reallocate money?
Well, at this point, I'm trying to choose my words carefully to make sure we don't confuse terms. The reason why we're bringing it in front is the board adopted the contract and set aside a certain amount of resources. At this point, we're confident that we're going to go over those resources. In terms of satisfying the budget piece of it, we're also confident we'll be able to reallocate from within the budget, and we're not asking for more money. But
Right, so this specific line item might overspend, but you'll find $4,400 savings elsewhere.
somewhere else. Yeah, if you go back to 2011-27, we're just trying to cross our T's and dot our I's here.
Welcome, Charlie.
Hi, good to see you again. I'm Charlie Schmiel from Urban Research and Development Corporation. I'd just like to spend 2 minutes just giving you an update, and then I'm here to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Again, I'm with Urban Research and Development Corporation. We're working with the Township Planning Commission on an update to the PI Plan Institutional Zoning District, which mainly includes the larger schools, larger private schools, and the colleges and universities in the township as far as zoning regulations. We've had very productive meetings with the Township Planning Commission and a lot of public input at each of those workshop meetings. As part of that process, we started with a discussion guide and with a PowerPoint presentation to go over big policy issues. Then we've been going over continual revisions to the draft amendment. We get comments at each meeting, a lot of comments, a lot of discussion. We then provide a new revision prior to the meeting and then talk about it and make more revisions. There will be a new revision coming out the end of this week prior to next Thursday's Planning Commission meeting on this subject, which will be next Thursday at 7 o'clock, a week from, what's today, Tuesday? I forget what day it is. Thursday next week. As part of that, in the packet, there was a summary of the current draft amendment, and there also was the latest version of the draft amendment in the packet. And again, I'm here to answer any questions and comments. We are supposed to be receiving a set of comments from the major institutions, from their attorney, which was promised to us this week. And that would be a public document that would be available for review.
Thank you. I've been following the process with great interest, and I think it's been very productive and interesting so far. My one comment / question / request would be both to, I guess, Kevin and you, and that is, there hasn't been a whole lot of input from the institutions. I mean, there's really been very, very little. And this is a pretty important thing that we get right for them, as well as for our residents. And I'm wondering if there's some way, moving forward for these next 8, that we can formalize kind of the invitation or request that they participate a little bit more fully. And not just the big institutions. We have a gazillion institutions here, 29 schools alone, and then there are churches and whatnot. So I don't think it's going to be as great a product as it could be without their input, and not just at the very end. So I'm just asking if there's some way moving forward that we could more strongly invite them to be a bigger part of this process.
I know the larger institutions have had representatives at each of the meetings, or for most of the meetings, I shouldn't say each of the meetings, and they have been indicating that they were going to be providing us with some documentation. I will follow up with them as well as several of the other institutions to, again, extend the invitation for them to attend and be part of the process sooner than later, so that we can move this along and get something in front of you that for your consideration later on this summer.
Okay.
I'm surprised they haven't spoken up yet.
I mean, it doesn't have to be some great document that they put together. They can come to the meetings and give their verbal input as well, which I haven't seen at all, really.
They've told
Maybe
us
once,
they have told us they have comments, but they haven't provided them to us.
Right. It would be immensely helpful to hear those comments. So, anyway, that's my 2 cents. Do we have a motion on this? Did we get a motion on this?
Is that what you need, or just a sense of the board to proceed? Mr. Rice, does have to be a motion to add those 8 meetings?
Yes.
Okay, and Bob, you're in agreement with this? This is something that you believe we should do?
And again, it is a maximum of 8. We hope we won't need them.
Okay, well, I'll motion that we authorize Bill White and Bob to modify the budget as necessary to allow for the additional 8 meetings at a cost of $4,400.
Second.
All right. Do we have any further commissioner comment? Any staff comment?
I'm going to vote against this for the same reason I did with the original contract. Is this is a process that I believe we actually had started with members of the public and could have continued with members of the public. I also find the billing rate to be excessive, and, you know, I'm speaking as a professional engineer.
Okay. Maybe.
The billing rate is $5.50, isn't it, per meeting? And how many people come, how many representatives from your corporation
It should be
come?
explained that we're based in Allentown, and that is our Bethlehem and Allentown. That's our travel time and our mileage and our tolls, too.
So if it's a 3-hour meeting?
It's a 2-hour meeting with travel time, and there's preparation time whenever you're attending an
Is
extra
it one
meeting.
person or two?
Just myself.
Yeah,
But it does include some preparation time
Yeah.
to attend the meeting.
I don't think that's that high, John.
I'll be voting against this because I supported a different firm originally when we first contracted. But
Okay. Any other commissioner comment? Any public comment?
Hello, Jim Schneller, St. David's. I object to the fact that the township is paying for this function when we have obviously nothing at all resembling a groundswell effort from either within the township or without. We have a university plugging an agenda, and I hope that you can bill Villanova and anyone else who participates.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries 5-2.
Thank you.
The next item is the appeal of a design review board decision 2012-61. So, John Rice, are you going to lead us through this?
Actually, I was going to punt to Mr. Kachansky over there, since I
very
think
well.
he's a little more familiar with this.
Thank you. As a result of the December 13, 2012 approval letter from the Design Review Board, the applicant has taken some exception to the conditions that were imposed on the project from when they were at the December Design Review Board. And I see that the property owner is here, and I believe that the applicant is here as well, and he has submitted a January 3rd, 2013 letter expressing their desire to appeal the decision in front of you, which is something that is authorized under the Design Review Board ordinance regulations.
Hello, how are you?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Commissioners and staff. By way of introduction, my name is Bob Whalen. I grew up in the township. My parents owned a house here for 41 years over by Yang Ming Restaurant, and only recently sold. I went away for a few years, went to the Naval Academy, did 2 combat tours in the Marines, and now I'm back in the area. Unfortunately, I live in Tredyffrin. Hope you won't hold it against me.
I think your father served on one or more of our boards. Didn't he serve on library?
He did a lot of volunteer work in the township.
Yeah, I remember him.
And so anyway, I've been working in commercial real estate for the last 8 years, and this is my first project that I bought on my own, the Cody Lighting Building. Jake Cody most of his business has gone to the internet, so he shrunk down to just 2,000 square feet on the first floor. And we were able to sign a lease with Sleepy's, the mattress professional. They own 900 stores across the country. And their standard trade craft is a 30-inch sign, which was within your zoning regulations. It was 50 square feet, and that's what we came in and asked for. The Design Review Board, they were great. They said, we really only want you to have 16-inch letters, and with 8-inch, the mattress professional underneath the 16-inch letters. And so the president of Sleepy's, David Acker, called me and he said, Bob, the 30 inches we understand is bigger than what Radnor likes and may look too big, but we'd really like just 18-inch letters, Sleepy's, and we're willing to forgo the 8-inch, the mattress professional underneath it. And I have a picture here. I'm not sure if you can bring it up on the screen.
So let me get this straight. You're requesting 18-inch letters rather than the 16 that the Design Review Board approved?
Yes.
And then removing the subtext?
That's correct. Sure. And they were originally asking for 30-inch letters. So they think they're really compromising, and I do too, to be honest with you.
Because they would have stacked the two, right?
They would have, sir, yes.
So 16 plus 6 or 8, 22 or 24.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so net.
The 18 inches was not in front of design review. They were just discussing 16.
Yes.
Right. Well, I find it hard to believe that design review would reject 18, especially if it's now the only thing. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the 18-inch letters, and that's it, without the 8-inch mattress professionals.
I'll second that.
I'll second it, too.
Kevin, do you have any opinions on this?
No, I believe it's a reasonable proposal from the applicant. If you do the math, what Design Review Board recommended was a total of 24 inches. They're coming back with 18.
So why is this here? Why didn't they go back to Design Review and get them to agree?
Appeals from the Design Review Board come to the Board of Commissioners, and you have the final say in your decision is binding then on the project.
And Bob, at the time, did you just not have this as a compromise available when Design Review?
I didn't. Sleepy's wasn't here with me at the time, and I didn't have the authority to give up the mattress professional. And now we're trying to get them in quickly, and this was the fastest way to come back.
So, Kevin, no objection to it. It all seems reasonable to me, and my sense is we should approve it.
I only have one question, and Kevin had communicated earlier with me. Your letter asserts that the decision by DRB is inconsistent with our zoning regulations, and from what I gathered from Kevin, that's not the case. That doesn't mean I'm not going to vote to approve. It's just I think your letter on the face is incorrect.
I understand, sir.
Okay, do we have any other commissioner comment or questions? Nope. Any staff comment? Anybody from the public want to comment? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 7-0, and good luck with your venture.
Thank you very much.
And thanks for your service.
Thank you.
So the next item is a hearing for a intermunicipal transfer of a liquor license. So, John Rice, do we need a formal motion to open the hearing? Is that the necessary first step?
Excuse me, there's no motion to open the hearing. I think that the applicant's here represented by counsel. It's an agenda item.
You can hand us that. We'll take that out of your way.
Just a matter of taking it up as an agenda item.
It's essentially a presentation that we listen to?
Correct.
And no action tonight on this?
Correct.
Very good.
Before we move on, Don, I want to ask John one question. From the last time we went through this 2 years ago, whatever it was, apparently this public hearing is a sham because we just get overruled by the state. So why are we even bothering?
This is the state's way to give local government some input on transfer of licenses into a community. There's a strong health, safety, and welfare issue involved in it. Then it's something that you can deny, you can protest it, you can get involved in the liquor license procedure. But it's not, I wouldn't call it a total sham or even a partial sham, but I would tell you, though, you don't have a whole lot of final say in this, other than if there's a serious health, safety, and welfare issue, which I'm sure Mr. Beldicos can explain. But you have attached conditions to the other ones that I've sat in on when there's unique issues. This is a building that isn't built yet. We know it's a land development plan that I believe will probably break ground in the spring. And there has been financial security posted for the project and development agreement signed.
Right. Thank you, John.
Hi. Good
Welcome.
evening. My name's Tony Beldicos. I'm an attorney with Lundy, Beldicos, and Milby in Narberth. I'm here on behalf of the two applicants, Estia Taverna, Inc., and Pietro's Italian Restaurant, Inc. With me this evening, Pete Pascalis. He's president of both corporations and one of the owners. And Tony Zaccardi is here as well from Brandywine. He's representing the landlord and the developer in case there's any questions regarding the development. Couple housekeeping matters. I'd like, if I could, to present copies of the agreements of sale. May I approach?
Sure.
These are agreements of sale for the two liquor licenses to establish standing that we do have the licenses under contract. And I'd also like you to take legislative notice that the quota requirements for Radnor Township have been met, so we meet the statutory requirement to do an intermunicipal transfer.
Can you explain what that quota, what's that all about?
Yeah, prior to about 10 years ago, if you wanted to buy a license in Radnor, for example, you had to find one in Radnor. And if one wasn't for sale, then you're out of luck. So the legislature modified the liquor code to allow licenses to be transferred within a county from one municipality to another. But in order to move it from one municipality to another, the receiving municipality has to agree first. We're not allowed to file our application with the state until we get a resolution from this body saying you're okay with it. And then once it comes into the township, it can't be moved out of the township for 5 years. So the statute says that in order to do that, the township has to have met its quota. Now, the quotas were established in 1933 when Prohibition was repealed. So it's one license per 3,000 inhabitants. So in the census from 2010, you had 30,878 inhabitants, and as of January 16th, there are 33 licenses in the municipality. So with 30,000 people, you would be entitled to 10 licenses. You have 33, so the quota is met, so we're eligible to request for an intermunicipal, just to establish the groundwork. And with your permission, there are two applications, but in the interest of time, I'll present them together, and then I'll just explain where there's differences between the two.
Fine.
The applications were submitted, they included site plans, artist rendering of the buildings, menus, floor plans, and the completed PLCB applications. Estia Restaurant is a restaurant. By the way, both these restaurants that are coming into Radnor with your consent are already operating in Philadelphia and New Jersey and New York. So Estia is at 1405 Locust Street on the side of the Academy of Music. And it specializes in Greek and Mediterranean cuisine, specializing in whole grilled fish that they import daily from the Mediterranean, Tunisia, Portugal. You have the menus for Estia. It'll be a comparable menu here. I have if I may, these are some photographs of the existing restaurants that you could look at while I'm discussing this application to give you an idea of the finishes that they...
Yeah, you can lay them down there and everybody can look at them.
Okay, sure.
And move your papers and they'll get a picture for you.
So this is a picture of Estia on Locust. There's another one.
Yeah, you might put them side by side. You can put them side by side, you can fit two.
Okay.
There you go.
These three are from Estia.
Okay.
And here's pictures from Pietro's at 1714 Walnut Street. Pietro's is a family-style Italian restaurant. My client's uncle began it 60 years ago, and they have 3 locations in this area. They have one at 1714 Walnut, which are these pictures. They have one at 121 South, and there's another one at Route 40, 140, rather, Route 70, close to where Olga's Diner used to be, where 73 intersects. And that menu is a broad range of selections, classic Italian foods, pizzas, family-style restaurant. Both of them serve business people and families. The seating is specified on the site plan. We've done the calculations. The parking is more than sufficient. Based on 185 available spaces, we only need 99. Each store is going to employ about 25 persons. 15 max per shift. Trash will be stored, dumpster will be removed daily by commercial pickup. See if there's any other. The hours of operation, although it is in the application, Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 to 12. The Estia store is slightly larger. It's about 5,800 square feet. Pietro's is about 4,000 square feet. Just for reference purposes, I asked Mr. Pascalis to give me his food to alcohol mix in terms of ratios of his existing operations. Pietro's is 16% alcohol, 20, whatever the difference is, percent food, 84% food, and Estia is 18.5 alcohol, and the balance food. The alcohol is really integral to the operation. It's people that come to his restaurants want to have a glass of wine or a cocktail before or during their meal, and it really doesn't work without it. We have a lease signed with Brandywine that contains contingency for the alcohol, and if we don't get it, we'll have to terminate the lease. If you have any specific questions, Mr.
What's going on in the rest of the space? You have any idea?
The rest of the space?
Yeah.
Mr. Zaccardi? We have the 2 end caps.
Yes. See that.
And then there's space in between.
Hi, Tony Zaccardi, Brandywine Realty Trust. As Tony Bellico said, it's day for Tony's, I guess, here. The 2 end caps are Estia, which is the 6,000 on the bank side. Pietro's is 4,000 on the 240 Radnor Road. Next to Pietro's will be Jimmy John's, which is a franchise operation. It's basically a sandwich shop, really to service the needs of the office tenants in the area here. As you know, we own close to 2 million square feet, Mr. Spengler, and we definitely need more food service for our tenants. We're in negotiations for a coffee shop. It's not a Starbucks, but it's a similar operation to a Starbucks. That would complete the food service component, because but if you remember the original approval, we could go up to about 12,000 square feet based upon the number of seats we had available for food services. The 4 remaining 1,000 square feet is unleased at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you a clarifying question? Because when you passed the agreement, there was only, if I understand, I think it's for him, not for you. Okay. There was only one purchase of a liquor license.
No, they only sent one down just for the sample. You didn't get the second one.
Yeah, there's 2. And in anticipation of this...
You got to speak at the mic or they won't hear you.
Yeah. In anticipation of the hearing, I wrote to the Liquor Board, and I asked them to give me letters indicating the status of any citations that my clients have at their 3 locations in Philadelphia. They've been in operation in one since 1985, the other one 1990, and Estia opened in 2005. They have no citations in their history.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
Actually, it's going to be for staff, I think, initially, for Kevin Kachansky. If this establishment were, and I believe it's going to succeed because of the type of business that you're putting in, I think it's a really good fit for the area. So I'm going to support this as it is, unless I hear something that worries me. So my only question is, because the liquor license cannot transfer out for 5 years, if this restaurant were to cease operations, and this is a question for our codes people, could another bar open up in this location? Just a plain old bar? Like, forget the restaurant, but now the liquor license is at that site. Do we have any recourse if that site were to cease to operate as a restaurant and become a watering hole?
Well, I would have to take a look at the use classifications permitted in the zoning district. If a tavern or bar is not permitted, then it would not be able to transfer to a bar. So the liquor license would be separate from a use classification in the zoning ordinance.
But wouldn't we
ultimately-
go through the same process again? It would be a transfer of a liquor license again, right? No?
It's already in.
Because it's the same location?
Right. It's not intermunicipality. So, Mike, I think it's clear why I'm saying this. I like the idea of what you want to do there. I think you're going to succeed. I think it's probably a moot point. But our only risk at this site is that you're within sight distance of a high school. And the students are not going to try to even get served at your restaurant. That's not what they're going to be. They're going to want to go to the coffee shop, so it's all fine. It seems to work for me. My concern is if the owner, the operator of the restaurant, decides they don't want to operate that location anymore, and they want to basically sell that license and the business, so to speak, to a bar.
Well, there is one safeguard built into the process. We can't assign the lease without Brandywine's consent. So they would have to approve the...
This is a question for John Rice.
Can we attach a condition then?
Yeah, I'd like to attach a condition
that any subsequent operator at that site has to have the same percentage of alcohol versus food service, which we heard tonight. That there can't be a freestanding, I mean, most bars will serve something, but it wouldn't be, you're worried about a strictly a bar,
primary
not a
use
restaurant.
Right. With a, I could even be a little more liberal than 85% is kind of high. Like an 80-20. The point is we really can't risk the future at that site. So I'll support what you're presenting, but if we can get a letter, if John Rice can be part of that, I don't want it to be daunting, but I want it to be. I hope you'll respect where I'm coming from.
The ratios were for the Philadelphia operation. We would need until we have some history here. We don't know where we're going.
No, they don't affect your ratios. You can have any ratio you want.
Yeah,
someone comes after you. We're not talking about you.
Oh,
it's not your ratio.
We're not holding you to ratios.
We're worried about. Let's put it this way: we don't want a non-restaurant use there that serves alcohol. We don't want a bar. So if you can agree to a letter that says.
Would Brandywine ever even consider? I mean, you got a business clientele.
We always consider what ifs, and you're right there. I don't know whether the ratio figures quoted would meet criteria. Like, for example, Fleming's is a very successful restaurant in our building.
Yeah.
I don't know what their ratio is. It could be 25-75. I'm not sure. So I don't know whether you'd want to tie it to their ratios as we stated today, John, or whether you want to come up with a reasonable ratio number for the future.
I'll support a 70-30, so that's pretty broad.
I think that's fair, Mr. Fisher.
Fair?
I really do. Yeah.
All right, okay.
We can do that.
All right.
Kevin, are these proposed operating hours consistent with other eating establishments in town?
I think generally consistent. I don't know for sure exactly to compare this to a specific restaurant, but it's not uncommon for those hours to exist in a restaurant facility.
Also, I can't really tell from the picture if there's any bars per se, or are they all food service tables?
Well, there's a bar there, I think, isn't there?
Looks like there are bars in the drawings.
Both locations have a bar.
Could we condition this that there will be no liquor-only sales after a certain time?
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
most restaurants have
I would
a
rather
bar.
not do that.
I
I think people would like to use it.
You go
People sit at the bar if they're waiting.
Susanna Fuchsi's got a
Yeah,
bar.
I'm
Or
not arguing
sometimes
that.
If they're
I'm-
alone, they sit at the bar and eat.
But someone could stop in and not eat something, get a drink. You really can't police that.
Yeah.
Actually, the condition I think we're looking for is that liquor will only be served when food is being served. And the concern we have is that the bar becomes a bar after the kitchen closes. Again, it's the same concern, and we have to be mindful that I don't know the hours of operation, but there are activities at the high school, and really what I'm concerned about here is drunk driver versus student, and it may not be coming from your establishment, but any drunk driver versus student. So anything we can do to ensure that risk is minimized, and that but again, you want to run a business. I don't think
The staff is all trained for recognizing, they're very good about that.
They're in a competitive situation. You got, I don't know what's over there now, but you got over near where the tennis place is. There were two restaurants there. You got Fleming's, you got Susanna Fu, you got Belrose. A lot of these places after the restaurant the dinner crowd winds down, you can go in and get a drink. I think you're just being naive.
John, you
on
could
that
meet people
condition.
after dinner for a drink and not have
I'm,
food.
hey, I'm just asking the question. You know, I'm advocating
No,
for the young
This is the high-rent
folks.
district. This isn't Garrett. We're not going to have problems here, John.
Oh, okay. That's good, Bill.
What immediately comes to mind is what Kevin says. There is it used to be called Bravo in the Radnor Racket Club facility there. I don't know what it's called now, but they've had a license for a long time. And if, John, if you imposed your conditions, you'd be putting these people at a disadvantage, because we'd have to then say the same thing has to apply to all the restaurants that have licenses. They can't serve alcohol only after a certain hour.
The difference, though, is this is an intermunicipal transfer of a license, and we already have way more than we should.
But the difference is that I live there. We have Fleming's and Susanna Fu, and we have the other one, and I don't even know they're there. I've never interacted with them. I don't even know they're there.
Good.
So I don't think we're going to know that these are there. So it's not, in a neighborhood with houses and row houses and walk to where you can just walk up.
Yeah, it's only got a school
You got to drive.
500 foot away.
You got to drive.
Again, my only concern is students leaving activities. I don't know how late the sporting events go at the high school, but I'm talking 10, 11 o'clock at night. Probably 11 o'clock is the end of most activity.
Yeah. Well, the good news is they've been in business and they have no citations with the Liquor Control Board.
Okay, but Bill, the citations with the Liquor Control Board, you have to reach a pretty high level of disturbance to get a citation, to get noticed by the Liquor Control Board. It's the local police that you look at. It's the local police reports. Were there drunk patrons coming out of that bar? I assure you that is not the test. The test is the activity. Again, I don't think your business model is promoting.
Our clientele is more mature.
It's different.
I mean,
exactly.
Kids aren't really interested in grilled octopus.
How late is I'm sorry, what is the hour of operation on a Friday night?
Till 11.
John,
till 11.
Fish is $38 a pound for a whole fish, and they recommend
Okay.
one
You said
for
till
each
12.
individual.
So
I thought you said till 12 on Fridays.
I think I said it.
I thought you said till
11
12
to 12 on
Fridays and
Friday and Saturday.
That's what I
is
thought he said.
was-
Maybe I did.
11.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have no objection.
11
to that. I just
a.m.
wanted
to
guess.
12.
10 during the week at midnight on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
My mistake.
Mr. Rice, can we impose or request that some type of requirement?
Such as?
Or are we, limiting alcohol sales
So,
when
hold
the
on a
kitchen's
second.
closed?
Before we need a legal determination, shouldn't we get a sense of the board as
No,
to
I
whether
want to know
that's-
what the legal right is
but
first as a township.
if there aren't
Thanks, Don.
four people who
John,
agree with you, then there's no
I
reason.
don't need a vote to get an opinion from the solicitor right now. I have a right as a commissioner to get an opinion of the
Yes,
solicitor.
but it's a
Thank
bit
you.
dilatory,
John, will you
so
please give me an
proceed.
opinion?
Well, let me just, we already have one condition, the 70-30.
Yeah, the 73rd, that's for the next tenant, or we could even say for the existing tenant. But can we impose, as part of the approval, a limit that no alcohol sales without food sales?
How would you enforce that?
I don't know. I'm
I don't think we have a.
Can we legally?
I don't
for that
think
anyway.
that's an appropriate condition in this
Right.
kind of a proceeding. That's something
Okay.
that the LCB may be able to impose.
Okay.
But
And that's what I'm asking. Is it
in-
right? Is this the right venue for
I
that
don't-
question?
I don't think that's an appropriate condition.
Okay, thank
to
you.
impose that.
If I may, first of all, I want to say welcome to Mr. Pascalos to our township, and thank you for bringing your businesses here. I think they sound wonderful. I spent a little time on Yelp today, and they look like I will be frequenting them. So welcome. My question is along the lines. I just want to drink and not eat, right? I see that we don't have a record of any citations from the Liquor Control Board. Have you had any experiences with not citations, but any kind of rebuking for operating beyond the parameters that your townships were? Never. Okay. And not in New Jersey, not in any of your locations.
You have to go to the mic. I'm sorry. Can't hear you at home. Not fair to people sitting at home.
I'm sorry. It's all adults, we never have a problem with the police or anybody. Most of the times people come, sit in the bar and eat,
Mhm.
instead, drink a couple of drinks, and just leave.
Mhm.
So they eat, they have a couple of glasses of wine, and then go home. That's about
If they're
it.
by themselves,
Mhm.
otherwise, if they're a couple or 4 people and they're waiting,
Mhm.
they'll have a drink and then wait for a table.
And so you haven't had any trouble with I'm
never.
specifically interested in the Marlton location because that's a little more similar to what we are.
Right.
Philadelphia is quite different.
No,
No, and there's never been any problem with the township.
never.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any other?
Well, Mr. Bildikos, you said that you'll have the trash removed daily. We have a recycling. We have a recycling law here, an ordinance in Radnor. Will you be set up for recycling of all your? I know, but we still.
As landlord, we handle the trash pickup on all our sites here. We do have a whole recycling program at Brandywine. In particular, for the shopping center, the trash location has been selected so that there were not dumpsters behind every store. So we have a centralized trash location, and that will be picked up daily. So it's on the site plan. I don't know whether you were Mr. Higgins, on the board when we took this through or not, but we had a pretty lengthy conversation with the Planning Commission as well as design review on that as well.
So what do you recycle?
We recycle everything. Well, we have a whole program in all the offices where paper goes in. All the paper products have to be segregated, all the cans and all the other stuff, and then food waste goes, into food waste in particular.
So at this trash outlet for these restaurants, there'll be places for bottles and cans and paper?
They'll have to separate their trash as they dispose of it. So food waste products we can't recycle, so that goes into one dumpster. And then all the other products that go through the recycling content go into the other dumpster.
Fine, thank you.
Madam President, just to offer too, the township would entertain providing a proposal to you if you'd be interested. The township could charge you for that type of service if you'd like that to be entertained. Township would look at that.
Offer trash and recycling?
For trash service, we'd be more than happy to provide a proposal to you to see if we can be competitive.
Okay, do we have any more questions or comments from our commissioners here? And, we don't quite have a motion on the table, I don't believe.
All right, I'll move to approve the intermunicipality transfer of the liquor
John Rice
licenses.
has indicated that we do not need a motion. It's a hearing.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Point of order. Correct?
you can vote on it tonight.
I
You can
will
vote on it.
need a
I just
resolution,
have,
though.
just one question, deliveries to the restaurant. Hours of deliveries to the restaurant?
Mr. Rice, I don't think we've established in the operating guidelines for the stores the actual deliveries, but I mean, we won't allow any nighttime deliveries. Basically, it has to be daytime. They're all from the rear. And you got to remember, we have several 100,000 square feet behind the retail center itself. So we've taken a lot of effort and energy into making sure the back looks as good as the front. So we're cognizant of the delivery issue as well.
So no deliveries from midnight till
No,
7
no.
in the morning?
We generally don't even have them in our office buildings then either. I mean, I can truly say that I don't think Susanna Fu or Fleming's is getting deliveries in the evening either.
Well, then we can put a condition, no deliveries between
Sure.
12 and 7.
12 midnight till 7 in the morning?
Sure,
Or what?
definitely.
What time, 10 to 7? 10 at night?
I think, you think 10, I don't think you're going to get any evening. Right, okay.
How about 10 to 7, John?
That's fine.
So I'll amend my motion to include the two provisions that John Rice is writing up right now. The first being that the subsequent use
owner, yeah.
use of that site have liquor sales not to exceed 30% of the total revenue of the establishment, and the food component being 70%, and the second provision being no deliveries being made between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m.
Second?
And is this for both, that motion was for both licenses?
For both.
Yes.
Okay.
And that first component of your motion would just be for the sale of the license, not
It
the,
was subsequent use.
Subsequent users.
Not the current application, not the current use.
Subsequent use just for the sale of the license, though, correct? It doesn't mean that the license, the license could go elsewhere and somebody else could come in and use and they can do whatever they want. They're not.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, subsequent eating
We're going to
establishment.
use this as a liquor license.
Okay, very good.
Subsequent use at that location.
Okay, any more commissioner comment or staff comment? Do we have some public comment on this?
Hi, Jim Schneller. I'm a frequent passerby, and I utilize the street, sidewalk, road twice a week, and at the affected intersections just about every day. You may all recall that I was quite vocal about the last intermunicipal transfer. I wanted, if I could please request, I got here about a minute late, and there was discussion of a sham. And I was just wondering if that related to this particular. As I entered the room, solicitor.
Jim, that was my colloquial expression for the way the state liquor license laws work.
Oh.
That this hearing itself has very little influence over whether we ultimately transfer this license.
Mr. Rice corrected him and used more lawyer-like words.
No, well, I was just wondering, who or what it was directed at, because it might help my case. As you know, there are abundant citizens who can't or will not or feel they shouldn't be here to object to the condition of the roads, deteriorating condition of the roads, and how this is a golden opportunity to stop a progression. I'll be as brief as possible, and I have nothing but respect for the applicant, and of course the need for our retailer base and our tax base. If I could just mention, I object to the delay of public comment. This is a hearing. I don't think there should even be a motion on the table. Not that I know the rules, but the entire impression is that you've decided, you've made your conditions, you haven't even heard what could be 30 people or 3 people, and that would deeply affect what you've heard already. What that does is add a imbalance that gives everybody the impression is going to be there for the duration of their testimony. And also, if I could comment before I start on a couple of things that the applicant said. They've asked some kind of notice, that the requirements have been met. Now, the requirements in Section 109-10 of the Municipal Code ask for, no, it's 109-9, ask for certain items, and there is missing a plan of the actual premises, not to gripe. I know there's not even been a liquor license application filed. But also, as far as the elements needed to approve, that's 109-10. I hope you all have a copy of 109-10 because there are some detailed requirements I think you should have a look at, including the fact that you might want to take a look at police records on the part of the township and what's happening on that road and in that district, because that is number 109, that's section 109-10, section B, number and nature of police incident reports over the past 12 months. And under the circumstances I'm about to describe to you, I'd ask for the last 48 months and for the last 5 years, because that's when our bell curve took off with incoming intermunicipal licenses from other townships and municipalities. And finally,
I would just point out that there's no building there for police reports to be made yet. So that section, Jim, talks about an existing building within which a liquor license is being transferred to. It's a vacant lot right now.
I'm talking about the nearest intersections, that stretch of highway.
But that's not a requirement of the code.
Well, I understand, but I think that taking into consideration the LCB code, which this mirrors, especially, you'd find support of that. And it says at the location. I'm not certain what the location could be interpreted as. If you took a look at Kuo's, How would the officers evaluate that? Would they just look at the stoplight there at the entrance to the corporate center, or would they look at the other two stoplights?
Jim, all the information in the code's been either filed with the application or it's been discussed tonight by the applicant's counsel. If you oppose this application, tell the board why you oppose it.
Thank you. It's a hearing, though, so I request leave to give as much fact as possible. I wanted to mention also, this is just as a response to the applicant. They're seeking a reputation as maybe a restaurant-focused location and facility. And they mentioned that it's fancier types of fish. Well, the only place in Bryn Mawr that has lines of Villanova students is a sushi bar. So you can't say what's going to keep students coming. You can't say how long they're going to sit after their meal. And as we know, as was fascinating to watch, you just don't have a way. The LCB is quite adept at what they can enforce. And the law has withstood time. However, you can't stop people from sitting for 6 hours. And I don't want to sound like I'm lecturing. One last comment, that's on Mr. Nagel's comment, and what I asked. And what I heard someone else say, that generally the law requires some kind of stark circumstances that are really going to flip-flop you. Well, the two cases I could find, and I think I have a right to mention these. I don't plan to stand here and make legal argument. But the two cases I could find, one of them is incredibly relevant because the Liquor Control Board was told to take a harder look at a case because the restaurant contended that the proposed licensed premises would be inaccessible to school children due to an intervening highway. Okay? So the restaurant walked in, and they claimed, okay, that highway, is the 202, and they're not going to walk over here and eat. And the Liquor Control Board said that's wrong, and there's other reasons. And more so, in this case, the school board themselves have walked in here and kind of giggled about the fact that children will be walking across the street.
Madam President, if I may, point of order. This is ridiculous. I mean, really, there's no point of really what's being made here, and really comments are being made about a potential business that's coming in here that's no relevant whatsoever to these comments or to try to do that. So I'd ask that we make his comments.
Do you think you could be concise and wrap it up?
I think the argument I just made, which was very short, is concise. And it's legally proper because there's a school within 200 feet. That's when the statute says there can be objections made. This is a hearing. This is not a public comment session.
Okay, we got your objection. If you have any others, this would be the time.
Okay. My second point, as far as general objections versus you need some kind of stark situation. A case was overturned into the complainant's favor, if you would, because there was 200 feet of another licensed premise within 300 feet of a military memorial. We're not talking about a military memorial. We could be 20 years ago. We're talking about a school. We're talking about a school that has over 30 buses coming into it. We're talking about a school that has athletic fields busy till 9 o'clock every night, spring till fall. As I started to say, there is an absence of citizens here, and I don't wish you to believe that that is some kind of sign of apathy. I think people are quite upset when it comes to alcohol presence on the roads, and you're talking about a township that has a ratio literally of about 1 to 750. In other words, you have to start looking
Madam
at
President, point of order, relevance here, because we're talking about roads and everything else. I mean,
Jim, could
I don't see the point.
Everything is relevant. If you want to cut me off, you'll have to. But I tailored this stuff. I mean, I researched this.
Okay, Jim, can you wrap it up in the next 2 minutes, please?
Their attorney mentioned that at 1 for 3,000, at one license for 3,000 citizens, you have to start approving these. Radnor is saturated with licenses. And as someone mentioned, there are 3 in this district, and more so, there is no reason to take a look at you need food service for corporate centers because A, they're included often in the centers, B, new centers planned can include them, C, there's a general trend using that formula to keep down the blood-alcohol ratio.
Okay, I think
Did you put a cafeteria into the 150
clearly
building?
understand your objection on this.
Because there was nothing in there. I mean, they used to have a food cart.
All right, thanks, Jim. We
Yeah,
appreciate it.
it's time to wrap it up. Okay,
Thank you.
Jim. We understand your objections. You very clearly stated them, and we appreciate them.
Two. If I might continue.
If you have further to give, you might consider writing them down and sending them in.
This is a hearing. You have to close the hearing.
Make a motion to close it.
Am I precluded from testimony?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen you do. If you can't hear out a citizen, that's why the place is empty.
Thank you for your comments. Okay.
No.
No bother. Okay. So do we have any other public comment? Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded on the table. I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Nagel opposing. Now, thank you very much. Welcome to our
Radnor, and we
township.
wish you much success.
But quickly,
No, it's
No.
all one. We approved both of them.
listen, I have a follow-up question. Jim,
did.
it's enough. I have a follow-up question from our township that I'm from Brandywine before you leave. Tony. I just have a quick follow-up question that it doesn't really involve you, so I didn't want to bring it up. And that is, when this was approved, this land development was approved, there was a conversation about funding for a light. And the argument came up because, this is going to be an attractive nuisance for these children to be crossing all of the time. And it was brought up, well, it's not going to be a problem because the tenants that are coming in here are going to be full-service restaurants, and they're not going to be tenants that, 18-year-olds and 16-year-olds want to frequent. But it now sounds like there is going to be a draw there, and I'm wondering where we ended up with the light funding. And
the light funding was taken care of in the development agreement, and there's
Okay.
a separate document that we've signed. I think we have $50,000 up at building permit, and the other 50 either at first CO or last CO. I can't remember what it is.
There's a procedure for the 100,000 to be
so
collected.
we've got the money collected. Have we made any progress with PennDOT or whomever we might need to put that light in? Or
That was
No.
not our obligation.
that's not okay.
The township has to follow up, but they haven't started construction yet.
Right.
Okay.
So
And there's a 3-year hiatus on that, too. If it's not in place in 3 years after the center is completed, then I think it reverts back to us.
Okay. I mean, at this point, if that's the type of tenant we're going to have in there, great. I mean, it's wonderful. We just really need to light that
Well,
intersection.
there was the consideration, I can't remember the lady's name that was the school board president at the time, I believe was here
Booker.
at the meeting.
Patty
And-
Booker.
And her point was she recognized whether it was a coffee shop or a sandwich shop or even the Pietros as a family-oriented restaurant, the kids would still be going there, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. I just wanted to make sure that was in
Elaine, are
motion.
you,
Thank
talking
very
about
much.
a traffic signal, red and green, or just a crosswalk?
No, a traffic signal.
At the high school?
Yes.
Why?
Because there will be, well, right now it needs it without this.
Does it?
Yes, it does. But we have a traffic cop there every single day at busy hours. We're paying our,
It's busy now, okay.
And then you add this in
John,
there.
just let me make sure that we consolidate the hearings and we consolidated both restaurants in the motion.
when you started out,
Yes.
the presentation was as to both of the restaurants. You heard testimony as to both of the restaurants.
And the motion was for both the restaurants?
Yes.
Same conditions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Bob Whalen.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, moving right along. Don, we have a...
Okay, the next item is a referral of ordinance 2012-09. amending outdoor dining in C1, C2, C3, PB, Garrett Hill, and the PLO zoning district. So my thought is that, John, this is a referral, correct? It would go to Planning Commission, then it would come back as introduction? So what I'd like to do, Elaine has indicated some concerns, Jim has indicated some concerns. What I'd like to do is introduce it. If there's a second, we'll talk about Jim's concerns and Elaine's concerns, and then we'll decide if we're going to include them in this document or not at all, or some other revision. So to that end, I motion that we refer ordinance 2012-09, amending Chapter 280 of the Township Zoning Code to the Planning Commission.
Second.
Planning Commissions.
Second.
Okay.
Well, is there a way to expedite this? This was debated last July.
Yes, the way to expedite
actually,
it is to not
even-
make any more changes to it.
Well, no, I was thinking of bypassing the Planning Commission. Why?
It
why
has
did-
to go to the Planning Commission as part of the procedure.
One of the problems with this ordinance and some of the other ordinances is when there's an agreement at this level, it goes back to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission reviews it, and it's come back to you, and then there's been additional changes made to it. It's got to go back to both Planning Commissions, otherwise there's a potential procedural issue under the MPC. So it would be, I would recommend everybody have one shot at these ordinances as much as possible. And so they go, and the Planning Commission, it comes to you. If the board's going to make changes at that point, it needs to go back. But I think this has happened on this is the second or third time done.
Just too many.
Has it been to
back.
planning yet?
Yeah, it's been to planning more than once, at least twice, Kevin, is that right?
Several times.
Yeah. So to that end, Jim, what I think our options are, one is we take this document, which is available to go and has satisfied, it's been scrutinized. We send that we start the formal process, and we approve this document. So this document is in place for this summer. And then we can address the concern that Elaine expressed, which I'll talk about, or Elaine can talk about it, and then your concern about allowing
Incidental use.
yes, alcohol without food,
Yeah.
which we had that discussion, and we had decided not to proceed that way.
So if we vote for this as is tonight, then in 2 weeks it will come back to us for passage.
After the next Planning Commission, it will come back to us.
Right.
Yes.
This would be back in front of you for an introduction officially at your February 11th, and then
it would be
barring any
advertised.
changes, we would have a hearing on March 11th, which would give us enough time to advertise the hearing.
So that would
And
be
so
my-
if we made any changes tonight, we couldn't even meet that March 11th date.
If you make changes tonight, those changes would get sent to the Township Planning Commission and the County Planning Commission. Both of those meet before your next meeting.
Okay.
At which point I would have that ordinance back in front of you with their recommendations in a memo format, similar to what I have done tonight. And you would either take Planning Commission's recommendations or say, thank you. The ordinance as we send it down to you is where we want to
Okay.
go with this.
So you're saying you can change this tonight?
Tonight, yes,
Yeah,
you can.
But the thing is, if planning commissions change it, then we have to go through that iteration again. So my sense is that
They've already
this
approved this.
group should decide,
Yeah.
right tonight, we should introduce an ordinance or decide what we want to
Yeah,
do.
I agree.
And then if we choose to change that, we can change it tonight. We can change this document tonight. We can address both of your concerns tonight and not delay our schedule.
Correct.
The only way we delay our schedule is if we change it, go back to Planning Commission, they make changes, and we accept their changes. Then we're right back in that same iteration. So the question before us, as I see it, is when do we make the changes or address the concerns that the two of you have? We can make them tonight. and
I'd
not
like to hear
adversely affect the process.
I'd like to hear their concerns,
And
because
then if we
it's
send
not
it to
an
planning
issue to
commission, they
edit
can make all
now.
the changes we want.
Yes,
We
and
can-
we
we
can
don't have to
ignore that.
accept them,
So
and then
we
we
can
can do it.
address both of these changes tonight and not delay the proceeding. So Elaine, do you want to
I mean,
express
briefly, okay, first, there is one typo that I just want to point out. In C, there's the clause at the end must have just been cut and paste. I'm sorry, 10C, which is on page 5. I think the clause beginning with located dwelling unit was just copied from the earlier one and shouldn't be on there. but I think that's just a typo. So my concern is with D. And this 10 was significantly changed at Planning Commission. And I just think that this particular clause has some unintended consequences. So basically, we're setting up a situation where if you are a restaurant, you can have outdoor dining, front, side, back, with a buff if there's a 100-foot buffer. However, if you have a residence that is immediately adjacent to your property, you now no longer, and there's no buffer in there, just any residence adjacent to your property, you now can only have your outdoor dining in front. You can't do side or rear. This makes complete and total sense in neighborhoods and in what you're envisioning typically as a residence or a business in the middle of residences. Completely makes sense. However, we have several large tracts that are commercial and have residential neighbors, and I'm thinking, just as an example, this isn't a case right now, but if Micro Center turned into a restaurant, that is a football field away from the residence, but there is an immediately adjacent resident, they would not be allowed to have any dining on their sides or back. In that case, it might not be. Or if you look over at Spread Eagle Village, again, we have a very large commercial tract. We have a restaurant right now that's operating with dining on their side. That would be precluded by this because a football field away from them, there's a residential border. So my thought was, I don't think that's what the Planning Commission was envisioning. They were envisioning the typical commercial with residents on either side, and in front would be acceptable, but on the sides and back wouldn't. In our larger tracts, it's nonsensical to put that in there because it's so far away that there would not be. So my suggestion was to insert simply in that D a 500-foot buffer, that you could do it on the side and back if you were 500 feet away from the border of that residential zone land.
All right, and my sense is that you're accurate in what you identified, and that if we added 2D, if we added language that said, and when the building is, instead of a football field, we'll put in 500 feet, when the building is less than 500 feet from the immediately adjacent single-family or two-family detached or semi-detached dwelling or residentially zoned district. So essentially the intention is that very large gap would, sorry about that, that very large gap would then address that situation where when you are 500 feet away, you can put the residential dining in the side or the back. So, Kevin, does that?
If I understand the concept, I agree that that is something that we want to allow and have the larger buffer serve as, the larger setbacks serve as the buffer. I would, though, recommend that instead of in subsection D, we look at subsection E where we have, for the purposes of this section, we're talking about the road not serving or the road serving as the buffer, that we include that in there so that applies to not only the 100-foot, but then also to the side and rear yards, so that you permitting outdoor dining in the side and rear yards, provided that the outdoor dining area is set back 500 feet minimum from the adjacent residential single-family or two-family residential use.
Okay, that was a mouthful. I'm sure you're right, but I have to admit at 10:15 it was hard for me to comprehend the details of this. So part of the nature that I think we have to decide is, do we want to make this change tonight, which is reasonably complex, and even you probably can't agree to this tonight. You probably need to look at this, look at language fresh, and make sure that we're not creating some other kind of unintended consequence.
Correct.
So as I see it, what we have to do is decide, do we want to put some language in tonight, and then if it doesn't work, you can always come back to us, or do we want to just leave this and address it next fall? Leave the language the way it is now. So,
subsection E talks about the exceptions of where the sections A, B, C, and D do not apply, and I think that's where the 500-foot would come in at. outdoor dining shall be permitted,
Yeah.
or we have a whole new subsection F, outdoor dining shall be permitted in the side and rear yards, provided that the outdoor dining area is set back a minimum of 500 feet from any single-family or two-family detached or semi-detached dwelling unit or residentially zoned district.
Okay. So you're pretty comfortable that you can get that language in to meet the concern that Elaine addressed?
Yes.
Okay. So sense of the board that put that in this iteration?
Yes.
All right. And then the next one would be Jim's concern about alcohol. Jim, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. I'm looking on page 6 of my copy. The sale of alcoholic beverages shall be incidental to the sale and consumption of food. Outside bar service and/or walk-up bar service for the sole purpose of the consumption of alcohol without the consumption of food is prohibited. What is the purpose of that? Is that the Garrett Hill protection provision?
So I don't know that it was the Garrett Hill protection. I think there was concern about that in my ward also, and I believe it was discussed at Planning Commission. That's my recollection. There was a lot of discussion, but I seem to recall that was one of them.
If we're concerned about antisocial behavior associated with alcohol consumption, you can be very antisocial if you're eating dinner and having wine or having whiskey or beer, just as well as you could be antisocial if you're not eating anything and just drinking.
Yeah, the concern was that there would be that gradual step toward an outdoor bar.
It's a real risk.
And it's a
really
risk at
is.
the interface. It's not a risk at the big place that's 500 feet away, but even a small outdoor bar along Lancaster Avenue can cast a lot of noise. Now, I will say that the risk is mitigated considerably by moving the outdoor dining to the front. So I don't know that I don't have the same, initially I looked very disfavorably upon allowing alcohol to be separated from food. I don't feel that same way now.
So,
I'd like to keep it this way, but as long as the drinking is in the front, it's probably not as problematic as the earlier versions where it might have been in the back or the side.
So a couple that has been out shopping in Wayne Saturday afternoon in the spring or summer, fall, and wants to stop for a beer or glass of wine late in the afternoon, can't do it and do it outdoors.
They have to order French fries.
No, they can order French fries and they can do it they can do it in front.
Well, I've been in places though where
individual customer level.
But I've been in many places where you cannot order just drinks at a table outside. You must order food. Many restaurants, there are many places where you cannot take a table. They will not let you sit at a table unless you plan to order food. It's mainly because they want to. It's good for their business to serve food and alcohol.
That's an individual decision by the
owner.
No,
it may be
it's
required.
not regulatory related.
I believe it is. I believe it is because Manayunk
Again, can you explain why?
Well, because I think they were concerned about just wholesale drinking on the street. It's pretty clear. You know, you have residential uses.
We have an open container law. I passed that, or I advocated its passage, and it was passed in 1985, that prohibits anybody from having an open container walking around or in a car.
But
so
if they're sitting at a chair on the street where they can't walk with an open container, it's okay. So we can't. We need to. I think this is a good idea.
I mean, the ordinance is an outdoor dining. It's not outdoor drinking. It's outdoor.
Change
dining.
the name.
No, but we should have outdoor dining. We don't need outdoor drinking. They can drink at the bar. They can drink at the thing. It's going to
I don't
be a
think it
very rare
applies to
occurrence.
the individual customer, though, the way it's written. I mean, I think it's in the aggregate. I mean, if you have outdoor dining, it doesn't say that the individual can't have a drink without ordering food. I mean,
Right.
Do you agree with me, John? Or?
Yeah, I think the way it reads now, if someone wanted to sit at a table and just order a drink, then you're fine. I mean, I think that this is designed to basically have a bar there with bar stools outside, no tables and chairs, no food. So, Jim, I think what you're worried about wouldn't happen. If there's a table open, someone wants to just have a drink, they're going to sit down, they're going to order a drink. I don't see that this is prohibiting that.
Well, the second sentence would be reason for Mr. Kochanski and his people to to cite the owner of the restaurant for serving somebody a glass of beer, bottle of beer, without food.
Well, it may be that that person's thinking about having food, and they just haven't found anything on the menu yet that they enjoy. And even Mr. Kachansky wouldn't be that aggressive.
Jim, how would you feel about having this move forward as Planning Commission recommended it, letting it play out for a year, and seeing if our residents or our restaurant owners feel that they really would prefer to have it alcohol only?
And I'll even add that that's my preference. I have one or two other changes that I want to make that I haven't been asking to make because they're minor, and I just want to let it see how it unplays, and then next fall revisit those changes.
Right. I mean, I would imagine we'll probably revisit this.
And to be clear, Kevin, based on our conversation, anybody who's operating outdoor dining today isn't affected.
Correct.
By this. This is anybody who's not operating who wants to establish outdoor dining.
Once this ordinance is passed in whatever form it is, we will be going around and identifying all those establishments that are legally operating outdoor dining, whether in the WBOD or elsewhere, and identify the use operations as they exist, and those then would be grandfathered in. This issue was discussed at length at Planning Commission, and there was concern with the separate outdoor drinking bar service that the noise would tend to get louder and louder versus customers enjoying a meal. And the second component was kind of take it in small baby steps. And we're expanding from what was primarily in the WBOD to a much larger segment of the population in the township, and to look at, okay, we're going from one small zoning district to all zoning districts that permit restaurant uses. Then if we want to go beyond that, then let's take that as a third step and not do it all or nothing. It's much easier to increase or relax the standards than it would be to increase them later on and try to pull it back.
So everyone in Wayne, the businesses that are there now, they can serve drinks and not food.
If they're currently serving in that fashion, yes. If there's an outdoor bar associated with it, correct.
All right, one additional point. The letter to Bob Zinkowski of November 15th from John Pickett of the Delaware County Planning Commission on page 4 reads as follows. Consider permitting the consumption of alcoholic beverages in outdoor dining areas without ordering a meal, as a fair amount of patrons enjoy having a cocktail, glass of beer, or wine outside while conversing with friends rather than indoors where tables may not be available or noise levels are not conducive to relaxed conversation. So again, I think we're being unnecessarily stingy and severe in regulating our businesses, and I would vote if we get the chance to delete Article 14, Section 14 on page 6 that prohibits consuming alcohol only, unless incidental to the consumption of food.
I can't support that, only because...
Yeah, I'd rather keep it this way.
Yeah.
I'm open to it. I'll reevaluate it in the future, but
If we hear complaints from the businesses saying we can't run our businesses this way, I'll reconsider it, but the risks for me are too high. So, and I would imagine there are other locations that are just as high.
And then I also feel that we did exactly what John Pickett asked us to do. I mean, we considered it. We're considering it now. The Planning Commission considered it, so I'd rather not do that now. All right, so is there a universal consensus then that we're going to add the language that Kevin identified that addresses Elaine's concern about the...
So this is allowing for...
Okay, so Kevin, would you paraphrase where you, what the language that you want and where you would place it?
Subsection 10F, I would add that outdoor dining can be located in the side or rear yard when the outdoor dining area is located more than 500 feet from a single-family or two-family detached or semi-detached dwelling unit or residentially zoned district.
Okay, so my motion then is to refer this item to the Planning Commission with the language that Kevin added in 10F.
Second.
All right.
Okay.
John Fisher, second.
Any more commissioner comment on this? Is John over there? Okay. All right, any more staff comment, public comment?
It's only 10:30. Didn't you just have a midnight meeting? My name is Jim Schneller, and I had to make a quick comment. On page 3, there is a section 4 regarding furniture. On page 4 in section 5A, it's stated that there should be no advertising on umbrellas. I don't think the township should be in the taste police business. I think we have a design review board, and these are really restrictive. On page 5,
I agree with you, but I was outvoted the last time.
Not to do it, so.
I'm going to keep, I've been telling it to the Planning Commission, too. I'm hoping to have an effect. On page 5, with sections C and D, I wanted to point out that in section D, we're talking about single-family or two-family detached or semi-detached, and the law is kind of being arbitrary and unequal because apartment buildings or even a cluster-type situation or two-story row homes, or the type that are often proposed, like Wicklow. A Wicklow situation isn't going to be applicable, and because they're all attached. And so, whereas
So, Jim, they're going to have their applicability by their zoning district.
not necessarily, though. So I wanted to mention that. And I also asked the Planning Commission, I'll ask them again, if you could give this consideration in Section D, or at some point in now crossed out Section F, or whatever that was. They had originally mentioned a playground in addition to, districts or zoning district, and here we now have single-family or two-family detached dwellings. They used to have a school and something else. If you could possibly put church there, and the example I'm thinking of is Zilantro, 103 North Wayne Avenue. They have what is a parking lot in the back. Somebody could come in there and put a cafe facing the Presbyterian Church. I don't think that would be appropriate. Tastefully. I mean, forget the fact the church might like to comment as well.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
And
Thank
finally,
you for your opinion.
Is there any way to allow, seeing what's happened tonight previously, is there any way, could you put your minds to work to get some public comment because at the beginning of deliberations? Thank you.
Thank you.
Simply because you do seem to proceed to a semi-resolution at the point where a motion is made.
We're always willing to be startled with
I
new
know your minds
information.
are
We haven't
open.
startled by you yet, so maybe we will someday.
Thank you,
Jim, the
Jim.
public comment is the comment on the motion. That's the most rational way to proceed.
Hello, Sarah.
Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill. I have been attending the planning meetings about this. There was discussion early, and I thought it was resolved that a road would not violate a 100-foot rule. This is particularly appropriate in Garrett Hill, where the first private house is 20 feet from the side of Flippin Bailey. And I thought we had changed it that the public road would be out of it, and I think the memorandum from the Planning Commission, and yes, it's late and I'm tired, for the purpose of this subsection, the term immediately adjacent shall not apply to the single-family or two-family detached or semi-detached or residential district separated from the restaurant used by a public road. It seems to me that's back in, that a public road says you don't have to be 100 feet. But in Garrett Hill, it would be terrible because the two restaurants we've got are immediately across the street from private residences. So I'd like to get some clarity on that what I thought I remembered is actually reflected in this, because it seems to be confusing.
That was Planning Commission's recommendation, and staff's intent all along was to have the road serve as the buffer, and I believe staff's intent matches up with some of the commissioners' desires, which is why we had crafted it. Over the course of several revisions, the language got changed so that that 100-foot would apply beyond the road, and that was never the original intent. So it's been, when it was brought up and identified that the original intent had changed, that's why it was back in front of the commissioners tonight for that specific section.
Well, then I have to object to that because you've got a deli that serves beer, you have a bar, restaurant, the Garrett Hill Pub or whatever it's called, and you've got Flippin' Bailey, and you have homes immediate next to it. Across the street, some right next to it, and they're not going to be 100 feet from it. And I think that we already have a big enough problem. I'm just going to refer to Garrett Hill. We already have a big enough problem because somehow when Flippin' Bailey bought the Wild Onion, they were allowed to put in those windows. So they don't even have to be outside, and the noise is a terrific problem. And I think you have to consider houses that are across the street from establishments that serve alcohol or could have outside. Now, I well realize that Garrett Hill only has 4-foot sidewalks, so no one is going to be able to put a outdoor dining outside the front of their properties. That's just not going to happen. But I think you need to think about some of these smaller neighborhoods who could have outdoor dining right practically in their front yard, 20 feet away, the width of the street.
I think the thinking was that the road itself serves as a buffer and that there's quite a lot of noise emanating from the road in any case. Wow. And I point, if we pass this as it is and it plays out and it turns out in a year or 2 years or 5 years that this is onerous, that there needs to be more than the road as a buffer in these tight quarters, then we'll revisit it. But I think you're right. In those tight quarters, there's very unlikely to be outdoor dining in front of the establishments. So I don't see that we're creating a problem. But if we do create a problem, there will be a remedy for it. So.
And I want to add that, so Sarah, your concern is, I feel like I've listened to the concern, and I think we have there are many ways that we're trying to control the noise. The buffer is just one of them. So even if you feel the buffer element isn't as rigid as you want it, there are other elements in it that also affect noise.
Yeah, the 4-foot width sidewalk.
And even beyond that, there's times and there's a ban on amplified music, and then there's still the relatively soft language that is open to interpretation in our noise ordinance, which can be used, sort of as a last resort. So I think we're addressing those concerns, I believe, sufficiently, which is why I'm going to support it.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
I just wanted to bring it up.
Commissioners, I might add that there's also a suspension of the license that has been written into this, so that if there are multiple violations and the police are called out for that type of issue, that we can work at suspending their license to permit outdoor dining.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, Baron Gemmer, South Wayne Avenue. Just to follow up on what Sarah said, but also be a little more specific. If you look at let's not be confused. The language that is in the ordinance now is not what the Planning Commission recommended. That really is the memorandum. And there are 2 or 3 significant differences between what planning recommended and what's now in the ordinance. First, I'd like to address the 100-foot buffer. As you know, I've followed this from its inception. This is the first document where anything can supersede the 100-foot buffer, whether that was the original intention. It's never been in the ordinance as of like that. And as a matter of fact, specifically at the last Planning Commission meeting, a resident of Garrett Hill, not Sarah, got up and was concerned about, because she was misunderstanding the language as the Planning Commission had it out. And they explicitly told her, no, the road would not matter. You still cannot be 100 feet even if you're across the road. So the Planning Commission's intention is in no way to have the road supersede the 100 feet. So that's the first thing as we're talking about. The second thing in B, the Planning Commission also, if you look at the memorandum, came around to the conclusion that they didn't want to differentiate between dwellings. As long as they were in a residential district, they didn't care if it was single family, 2-family detached. They wanted to protect any resident in a residential district. So that's another change that was made from what the Planning Commission recommended to what you see before you in the ordinance right now. And that.
Excuse me a second, though, Baron. Isn't that addressed by or residentially zoned district? So the intention of I mean, I think your concern is addressed. Any residentially zoned district gets the protection.
Which
Kevin,
are you looking at? Which are you looking at, B or C?
I'm looking at D.
D is only where the location is. B and C are whether it can even exist, within the 100 feet. B, C, you're looking at D, which says where does it have to be located if it meets the 100-foot, if it meets B and C. Those are different clauses. One says it can't be within 100 feet no matter what. The other says where does it have to be located if it was immediately adjacent. It may not be 100 feet. It may be 150 feet from those, so then only D would apply in those cases.
I know it's late, but I'm looking at this and I'm seeing the original intent that the residential zoning district is the trigger.
But that's what I'm telling you. If you had a 3-unit dwelling within 100 feet of the proposed outdoor dining, this would allow it for what the currently written, whereas the Planning Commission version wouldn't allow it because they just merely say they changed the dwelling unit, and that's a big protection for those that might have to live in, connected townhomes where it's more than 2-family or it's apartments or whatever the case might be, still within residential.
Okay, I might not be following you, but I'm still under the impression that if you have a residentially zoned district, that serves as the buffer, as the trigger, and sends the outdoor dining to the front.
Baron, is this, hang on, sorry, over here, John. This is set under setbacks, section 10, item C.
Actually, it's B.
I'm sorry, B, yes.
C has to do with undeveloped, which is
be tired,
pointed out as gobbledygook from copy and paste.
And this was a point I raised very early on the process. So it reads now, no outdoor dining shall be established within 100 feet of the property line of a single family or 2-family. I won't read the rest. What I would have been happy to see is that it says within 100 feet of the property line of a residential use. So, meaning protect all. Don't differentiate between the zoning district types like R1, R2, R3.
Have to be careful with the mixed use, though.
Yes, and you also have to be careful with, these were all these things were considered.
I realize.
And what we came up with was what we believed to be the best compromise. But we were also, there's apartments on second floors of commercial buildings.
Non-conforming. Non-conforming residential uses.
Yes. So what we were getting at, which I believe we did, is if you live in a residential zoning district, you get the protection of the residential zoning district with the or the boundary, and that's in D.
Yeah, but you don't get that in B.
If you live in a structure, if you have a residential structure that's now in a commercial district, but you've lived there, then you still get that protection. That's the reason the structures are there.
But if I live in a 3-unit dwelling to the left of this outdoor dining in a residential district, and I'm only, even if they put it in the front yard, I might only be 50 feet away from it. That's not protecting them the same way other residents get protected.
Yeah, I think you're right there that there is less protection on that one property, that the 2 buffer properties are going to have. So imagine a long line of properties. The 2 ones on the side are going to have less protection than the ones in the middle.
Or wherever but the protection is being specific here to the single family and 2-family. What I'm just saying is, per what the Planning Commission recommended, just to say dwelling unit in a residential district, so that all residences in a residential district get the same 100-foot protection. That 1 family and 2 families don't get this 100-foot, and the others could be right next to it, even if it's in the front yard.
So Baron, if we were to change the language in B to say dwelling unit,
yeah, per what if you look at the memorandum at the end. Huh?
But we do, I believe that does create the conflict of the non-conforming residential use above, a restaurant?
No, keep the rest, because if you look at what the Planning Commission, it says within 100 feet of a dwelling unit located completely or partially within a residential zoning district. The zoning district portion is still there, which takes away that mixed use problem where you have a residence above. Basically, with the exception of the 500 that you brought up, which I'll have a different comment on, what you see in the memorandum that the Planning Commission recommended, I mean, obviously I'd like to see more changes, but I'm okay with what they came up with. You still have the 100-foot protection for all residents in a residential district. And then the change was made to where the front yard, side yard was.
Excuse me for interrupting you, because that is my recollection, too, of the Planning Commission's discussion that they did move towards just dwelling unit, not just single family. And now, is that, I mean, it could just be that it didn't get transposed correctly. Was that, did we mean to reinsert the single family and two family detached?
Yes, we did. Very early on, Planning Commission was very adamant that we were going to treat single family and two family different. This has been in front of them numerous times, and when we would get off topic and look at a different subject or a different section that was going to be changing, then language started getting morphed in this section. This section started out as a very simple, back in August, as a very simple two-sentence section,
Right.
and got changed into something that really lost the intent of what it originally was.
But right, I agree with you there, but Section B, as it came to us in the memo from the Planning Commission, is written differently. It only has dwelling unit.
Correct.
So that is what Planning Commission, where Planning Commission ended.
Correct. Planning Commission's recommendation is summed up in the memo and not
So
in
it
the
was
draft
just dwelling,
language.
and staff is saying, no, it should just be,
Correct.
Okay, so
Okay.
the language in B should read, according to the Planning Commission, no outdoor dining area shall be established within 100 feet of the property line of a dwelling unit located completely or partially within a residential zoning district?
Yes.
but, and why, I'm sorry to belabor this, but why would it be more advantageous to limit it to single family? And
We had, when we were developing the ordinance language, we had looked at protecting the single family and two family. And that's, when you get beyond the two family, more than two dwelling units on a single lot, then those are generally less, no, I don't want to say less worthy of protecting, but the concern initially was to protect just the single family and the two family, and that the other residential uses were not as big of a concern.
Is the argument that, like an apartment house is not going to be impacted the same way a single-family dwelling would be impacted?
I think that when you look at the higher density residential uses, they're in areas where you have a lot more activity, and it's not as tranquil as a single family or a two family type of lot. So you have more of an opportunity to have those in areas that are more densely populated and generally noisier. So why provide additional protections for those types of uses that are already in those areas that are accustomed to those types of noise levels?
But one of the arguments I make, you also have condominium units, or even like what's going in Adelbergers, where the townhomes are all attached, that it's not just apartments that fall.
Barrett, I think I do see your point, and we think of these. It's difficult, but we think of these zoning districts kind of in the old way, but the new zoning districts are multifamily, more than two family, and they're upscale. We're talking about $700,000-$800,000 units, and those folks are going to complain, and they're going to have the wherewithal, and they're going to have the resources to make an issue. I think we need to protect all residents, but I also recognize we're trying to do that. That's why we're here tonight.
I mean, we're spending 2 years on this outdoor dining, and if you wanted to put a restaurant on the corner of Conestoga Road, and it backs up to a cemetery and it backs up to Graythorn Woods, why couldn't you put a restaurant there?
So
You can, but we want to limit it.
I think we're
we don't want to limit
protecting.
it.
I mean, in my opinion, we've got adequate protections here. If there's some change that we need to make, my sense is we can evaluate that. But other than the change we talked about tonight, I don't think we should make changes.
Hold on. We're going to grandfather restaurants. Okay, so we passed this rule that says, you know what, we're only going to protect the single family and the two family residents. A restaurant goes in,
It's
puts
not
out.
an accurate statement, what you just said.
Well, let me read.
Anyone in a residential district gets that protection, gets protections. And I know we've discussed this, but I still think that the point John made about the non-conforming uses.
Don, maybe it is late, but
No,
B,
I understand. If you
B
want to put a
clearly
restaurant next to
states.
Radnor Crossing, you can. You don't have to have the same buffer because it's a big apartment complex. But fine, we're protecting single-family and two-family dwellings. And now you're micromanaging, get it down, and why have an ordinance? Just not have outdoor dining,
I don't know if what we're discussing right now would be that prohibitive.
It
and
would.
have that much of an
It
impact.
would.
I don't think so.
It would take the Chetwynd, the Rosemont Plaza, you couldn't have one with 100 feet of them. There's a lot of things.
Well, no, you couldn't have outdoor dining.
That's right.
Possibly in those locations, but I am a little concerned, and I raised this question before, that it's discriminatory to say we're only going to protect. And Don, I differ on your interpretation because B clearly states B is the item that says that that limits where outdoor dining can go. And it says, no outdoor dining shall be established within 100 feet of the following: single-family or two-family, detached or semi-detached dwelling unit. It no longer says just
But C
dwelling
says no
unit.
outdoor dining shall be established within 100 feet of the property line.
That's only
of
supposed
a
to be for
residentially zoned
unimproved.
district. I mean, there's language in between there.
That's only supposed to be for unimproved. So if there was a vacant lot, that was to protect the future building.
Right,
of something on there. So it doesn't really apply to that. The only dwelling unit one would be
All right,
B.
all right, we got the point.
All right. Well, I appreciate the clarification on the reasoning for limiting it, and I understand the issue here. Frankly, I think this is another thing. Let's pass it the way we envisioned it, and give it some time. And I understand the grandfathering thing. That's a risk we take. But if it turns out that we have complaints from the apartment buildings, then we'll take another look at it. But I think that's a valid reasoning behind, dense areas that have a lot of activity already are not going to be as affected by 12 seats outside.
See, so I learned a lot in the Garrett Hill process. I learned what grandfathering means. Grandfathering means not only your lifetime, but everyone's lifetime, because the use, as long as it stays what it is. So once you grandfather that use, it'll be that way in perpetuity. It'll never change until there's some natural calamity that causes mass destruction and that place never.
What are you grandfathering?
No, if we,
No grandfathering.
the argument is whatever we pass, whatever we eventually adopt here, we basically give license to these establishments to have this use and to do these things. It never really goes away. We all realize this. Once you grant it, it never really goes away because it just gets passed along.
Yeah.
If I buy the
We
restaurant,
made a mistake, we'll change it for after that.
but see, after that's a really long time.
Well, I don't think we're
Yeah.
making a mistake, John. I think we're beating us to death. That's what we're doing.
Well, that's our job to beat
yeah,
it
well, let's say
to
that we
death
have four
and
commissioners
make sure that we
continue
don't.
to
I
beat us
think
to death.
To the
I think
residents.
we've got our points across, and let's move on. Okay.
So I'll vote to amend B.
Is there a second?
No.
Is anybody awake?
There's no second.
Okay, there's no
Darren,
second,
go
so
ahead with your
I
next
said my
one.
piece.
All right.
Aaron, you need to run for commissioner.
So I can not have motion second? That sounds like a great thing. As a quick, and I won't belabor the points because obviously you're going over these. With C, where it is a vacant lot situation, also I don't think that should have the road superseded because, again, this is the first version, the one that you actually got this Thursday that actually has that. B and C before were always 100 feet no matter what. But C is the vacant lot. So now if the 100 feet thing isn't there, somebody could build a single-family home and kind of supersede your intent there, but I'm not going to go down that road too much.
But the other use was already in place.
Understand that, but you're not protecting the right of, if I own a property and want to build later, I have to build now in order to protect my rights to be, farther from outdoor dining.
We're buying into the road as a buffer, so
Yeah.
we've accepted that a road is a buffer.
The idea about the placement where it can only be in the front yard, which Kevin proposed, Section F, based upon yours. Actually, one of the things that I've been proposing all along is that I thought immediately adjacent was too vague, and I think you've heard that from me before. I would think a more simpler solution, instead of putting F in, is merely just to change D to use the 500 foot as opposed to immediately adjacent, and everything else falls into place. I don't think you don't need immediately adjacent anymore, based upon what you're saying, if I'm not mistaken. That what the trigger for where it has to go in the front yard is if it was within 500 feet of, whatever you decide, whether it's single family, two family or whatever. There's no reason to have an F. You're basically in some ways contradicting D, and so you might as well just replace D with 500 feet as opposed to immediately adjacent. Yeah, like outdoor dining should not be permitted to the rear side of a principal restaurant when said building is 500 feet from.
Well, we decided to put it the other way. We're going to go with that.
Yeah.
What do you think, Kevin?
I would have to take a look at it a little bit closer. I see where Baron's trying to go with that, but having it as F doesn't hurt us.
Right.
Including it in D could, and I don't know what the ramifications are if we were to remove D.
I think we'd have to think that through a little bit more than we can at 11.
Part of the issue I also had, and the reason that I brought up the distance earlier, is, to me, still immediately adjacent, like you said. Is that 100 feet? Is that 500 feet?
Right.
It's such a vague term that it can be abused or misinterpreted. So
Let me ask you a question. Are you in favor of outdoor dining?
I'm fine with it. There needs to be the protections.
We've been belaboring this for 2 years.
Well,
it would probably been better if we just said outdoor dining. We probably wouldn't have had a problem. Wouldn't have had to spend 2 years on this.
I disagree, but I will tell you part of the problem with the process is because in past commissioners' meetings, we haven't had a chance to truly discuss this and vet it as we have now. And in the Planning Commission, unlike some of the past ones, they've done a one-done where they haven't looked at the language that they thought they proposed to agree with it. Much like the student ordinance was a good example. There they went through like 3 or 4 meetings before it came back.
It's getting late. What else do you have? Let's go.
That's. I'm just answering your point, Bill. I said I personally, what the Planning Commission passed, I passed on to you as a recommendation. I thought was good. The change for the distance, I would, change that for D, but. I definitely don't think that the road should, particularly as the Planning Commission specifically told Garrett Hill, I don't think the road should supersede the 100-foot buffer under any circumstances, but it could supersede the has to be in the front yard situation.
All right. Thank you, Baron. All right. Any other public comment? We have a motion made and seconded. Were there any amendments?
Yes, there was one amendment, which was language that Kevin added to address your concern about the large
the 500
parcel.
feet. Okay.
Do we
I'm going to
make
go
a
ahead and
motion
call the
second
vote.
then?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed. So that passes 6-1 with Commissioner. That passes 5-2 with the 2 Johns opposing. All right.
Okay.
Next item.
I move the introduction of Ordinance 2012-11, amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Township Code zoning ordinance, amending the height of athletic field light standards in the PLU district.
Second.
Why are we doing this? I mean, why do you need to go up 80 feet, 85 feet?
To light the field.
You don't need to go up that high.
It's your opinion.
It is my opinion. That's true.
You're entitled to it.
I did have a question also. With the Planning Commission had a discussion of and then specifically recommended 80, not 85. I think based on the fact that the high school lights are at 80. And I noticed their recommendation didn't make it into our. So can you explain why 85 is better than 80?
Well, 85 gives the commissioners more flexibility, and if you were to go to 80 and then somebody, let's say needed 81 or 82, at that point you're going to need to go in front of the zoning hearing board to get that relief. So 85, any height in excess of 38 feet requires commissioners' approval. So no matter what, the commissioners are approving it. I didn't think that going 5 less feet was going to save that much more or reduce that much more impact. And to avoid having this go through the process over the next 2 or 3 months, revising this, sending this back down the Planning Commission 4 or 5 feet, to me was not something that I saw the savings to do that. So my recommendation was to keep it at the 85. It's subject, always subject to the commissioner's approval, whatever height they deem is appropriate based off of each site's specific requirements.
But where did the 85 come from? Is that some industry standard, or?
The initial draft, we did not have a height in there. So when we had this in front of Planning Commission, they wanted more specific. So when we were looking at what the relative heights are, they range anywhere from 65 to 100 feet. We thought 85 provided us with enough flexibility to be able to, for most of the township properties where we would be looking at providing athletic field lighting, that the 85 feet would probably work in all of those situations.
But Kevin, the big difference between here and sort of the high school is most of these fields are going to be in close to residential neighborhoods.
And the commissioners have to approve it with the neighbors in here.
But it's, that's going to be, I think, a significant issue. The other question I have for John Rice is that adjacent have a legal meaning? I looked it up in the dictionary to be sure. Adjacent? Yeah.
Meaning is what it sounds like. Yeah. Next to.
Next to.
Well, that's not what it says in the dictionary, just so you know.
What's it say?
It
Around
says
the
next
corner?
to or nearby, which was my concern.
I would, for zoning purposes,
Yeah.
it's next to.
Next to.
Well, then I'm not comfortable with adjacent properties either. I think it should be next to or nearby.
Or immediately adjacent.
I think adjacent's the issue.
Oh,
If you're next door, you're covered, but if you're 2 doors down,
You're not.
2 properties down, and it's 85 feet high, you're not covered.
That's right.
In my opinion, is not the way to do it.
So what are you looking at?
Item
What
3.
language? 3?
Yeah. It says, shall be fields reduce light spillage onto adjacent properties.
So you would have it say adjacent or nearby properties?
I would take adjacent out and say next to or nearby to make it clearer. That'd be my opinion.
Why don't we just say it can't be off the property? I mean, that's the best way, limit it to the property lines.
Well, that's what it's done. My understanding, I mean, I hate to.
Yeah, that's
but
the way-
My understanding is that item 2 does what you just said.
Yeah.
And
Kevin-
that numeric value set at item 2 is intended to protect the concern that Kevin has.
Yeah, I think, Kevin, you might be talking about like kind of light skip where so the house next door doesn't get any light. For instance, in Garrett Hill, the stadium lights are actually brighter a block away because of the angle. So immediately adjacent, you don't notice it so much, but then all of a sudden,
Or the house next door is supportive and doesn't care, but the people who come to object are from 2 houses down or 3 houses down, and then they have more of a,
You put lights on Clemmer Crone Park that are 85 feet high.
Well, if they're going to affect an adjacent property that's 2 or 3 doors, we don't have to approve it. The
right,
neighbors
I
can
mean,
come
all
out.
of,
You know,
right,
all this has to
exactly.
be
All of
approved
this
by the
gets worked
commissioners,
out
you know,
when
it's
it
not
comes.
Kevin,
like
is there some kind of
they automatically
standard?
get it.
I'm surprised there's not some kind of international lighting standard that we can reference for the.
Whoops, sorry about that. I turned that on somehow.
That shuts all of us off and just leaves you on. Yeah.
The standards that are out there are
Don't let it go
for
to your head.
minimum levels of light for athletic field use, not for developing a maximum amount.
Okay.
We look at half a foot candle as being something that's reasonable. But again, these are going to be lights that are installed on a township property under your blessing. Before you would approve it, I would surmise that we're going to have a lighting consultant that's going to develop specifically a lighting plan for a particular site. As a township facility, we're going to want to minimize the amount of light spillage out because that's costing us money.
Well, I would argue that 0.2 of a foot candle would be more appropriate. And the reason I say that, there are federal regulations for nuclear power plants that the minimum lighting level is 0.2 foot candle. So if they think 0.2 a foot candle is bright enough to illuminate the area around the nuclear power plant, I would say we would want to be less than that outside of this field. So I would recommend we change this to 0.2 of a foot candle.
Madam President, just, John, to your point is, I think there's a difference between lighting for security and there's lighting for athletic play. So I think the standards are going to be different.
No, there's not, Bob. The 0.2 of a foot candle they use
I love it when
is
we have an expert.
light available so that you can see an intruder. That's pretty bright. I mean, I'll tell you the truth. I did the light surveys at Peach Bottom and Limerick. 2/10 of foot candle, you can read your watch. It's bright, and I wouldn't want to live right there.
So I have a potential amendment to 3. Light fixtures shall be shielded to reduce light spillage beyond the extents of the lighted property, or however you want to describe them, the extents. So, the point is it can't go beyond the property line.
Well, it's not that it can't. It's that becomes a factor that the sitting board discusses and contemplates. So all of this are factors that the sitting board will consider in deciding on whether lighting should or should not be allowed. So I don't think any of these are absolutely, it's setting it for the light candles, it's setting a maximum of a 0.05, but 0.5.
0.5, and that is at the discretion unless otherwise approved. There could be a situation where 0.5 you just cannot achieve at the property line because of the proximity of where the field is to a roadway or the facility that we're trying to provide the lighting for. And again, those are going to be the specific details of a site that we're going to work out with the lighting consultant that's going to be developing the plan that then we would bring to you, minimizing all of these efforts to reduce the amount of light that we're putting onto the property and the amount of light that's exceeding the property.
I have one other question. It's about notice. So when the township comes to the Board of Commissioners to pass having lighting somewhere, this isn't a zoning issue really, so what kind of notice would be given to the neighbors?
It would be on an agenda if that's something. It doesn't specifically cover that in this ordinance. It would be like any other project that the township is going to undertake. The notice that we would do a sewer improvement project or improve a lot for some reason doesn't get broadcasted out to the immediate area. If that would be a policy decision that we would want to look at for any type of township project or specifically just to this, we could look at a policy for advertising where the township's undertaking improvements as to what level of notification we provide the neighbors and to how far out from the project.
Well, it would be incumbent upon the commissioner to get the notice out to residents. I mean, you think you're going to light a field in the 3rd Ward without me discussing it with the residents? What am I, crazy?
Well, I think it's
public land.
not. People don't pay attention, and if this is a little different than having public work, sewer or whatever. I mean, this involves spillage, light spillage potentially, and I would hate to have something like this move forward without neighbors knowing it. How do we feel about adding in it to this, not blanket, but to this particular section, an obligation to notify neighbors within whatever the zoning is? I forget what 500 feet.
I think that's a good idea. I think there's lots of issues with this as crafted right now. And
I feel like this is something that would really affect a neighborhood. And the commissioners who are sitting at that time can make that decision, whether it's, the pros outweigh the cons. But I would hate for this to happen without the neighbors being fully aware.
So we would add a new section 2 for notice, and then just push repealer becomes 3, section 4 servability.
This is area and height regulations.
Are we sending this back to planning commissioners? We change it?
Notice go in here.
Are we sending this back to John? Are we sending this back to the planning commission? Any changes?
What's the question? John, right? Oh, sorry.
Should notice go into area and height regulations section.
Does it have to?
Yes, this has been in front of Planning Commission. We were introducing this tonight for a February 28th hearing. So any changes of nature?
What I would do, and I mean, if you want to move it along and you're not making substantive changes in this, introduce it with your revisions tonight. Has it gone to the county yet?
Yes.
No, I would.
Yes, it did.
I'd resend it with the idea, once you're satisfied with it, you're just sending it to meet procedural requirements, not necessarily to have it revised again by the Planning Commission.
So is a notice requirement a substantive change?
No.
Is changing adjacent to beyond the extent, is
No.
that a substantive? Okay. Well, then we can just send it as a procedural. Okay. All right. We have two.
Well, I really would like the foot candles changed to .2.
But that means that for brighter lights, that it wouldn't, they'd have to go back, we'd have to go to zoning, right? Anything over .2.
You have to get a variance.
We'd have to get a
On the
variance.
spillage, not on the field.
I don't know.
At the
I
property
prefer,
line.
on that one, I would prefer to have a higher maximum so that, and leave it to the Board of Commissioners and to work out what the appropriate spillage is for that neighborhood and not have to go to zoning if it's, .4 or .3.
I can't support that, I'm sorry.
I tend to agree with John. I think we ought to be very conservative on this. I mean, this is a big risk to some of the neighborhoods.
Well, let me just say, Commissioner, 50 years, South Devon, do they have lights? Now, I don't know where we could be able to put lights anywhere in this township, okay? I mean, we're dealing with Agnes Irwin right now, but I doubt we're going to put lights anywhere else in the township. The neighbors are not going to want it on any field. I don't know,
The neighbors don't want it over by Agnes Irwin, I can tell you that.
Yeah. Well, we already agreed that we were going to put lights there. That's why we're doing this.
You didn't agree to 85 feet, though.
Well, I'm agreeing to it now.
All right, well, why don't we take the foot candle motion or amendment separately to see if there's support for it?
All right.
Just back, John, on the notice, I think we should reference, it should say something to the effect, this section shall require compliance with the notice requirements, because we already have notice requirements in our zoning code. Or actually, it's in the saldo, right? Is it the 280? There's 255 and 280, I don't know.
There's the notice for zoning hearing board that's in the zoning ordinance.
I
It's
would
500 feet
probably
generally.
use that, whatever that is. It's probably 500 feet, Kevin.
500, I think.
Yeah.
So is that, so under the zoning?
Well, I would just put in here, notice shall be given to all property owners within 500 feet.
Well, I just didn't want to add a new notice requirement, like in this section. Like, I think we should refer to there's already a notice requirement under zoning, right?
This is an area and height section.
Yeah, so we're trying not to clog it up with, like a hanging, like this would be kind of a independent notice requirement, where I think we should just.
For an 85-foot athletic field.
Well,
like-
if you, I'm just trying to.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think you're better off putting it in here.
Put it
It's
here.
all in one spot.
Okay. And 500 feet?
Yep.
Okay, John Nagel, would you like to make a motion for your?
I'd like to move we amend E1, no, E2, that at the property line in excess of 0.2 foot candles.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I'd like to
and,
hear the arguments against that motion.
Well, I would defer to Kevin, the reason, to re-clarify the reason we put .5.
They have foot candles, something I've seen in typical zoning ordinances that regulate lighting on a site, whether it's athletic field lighting or parking lot lighting or lighting coming from a building. So that was the standard that I've seen most consistently used in zoning ordinances, which is why I introduced that here for the athletic field lighting.
And my opinion is that that is the maximum that you're setting, so that your discussion at the sitting board at the time's discussion will be, well, this says we can go up to .5, what's appropriate? So that whereas if you have it at a low threshold, you're now forcing your township to go to get a variance if it's 2.5. It's just giving more flexibility to that whatever Board of Commissioners is addressing it. All right, do we have any other commissioner comment on that
I
motion?
just think this is something that you don't want to give too much flexibility to at this time.
I support the lower foot candle number.
I do too. We had a terrible battle with SEPTA at the Wayne train station. If you've been by that the last 3 years, you'll know that It's about as bright as the Delaware City refinery. So I would agree with John Nagel's motion.
Okay.
The issue is that the commissioners are going to decide, I don't know what 2-foot candles or 5-foot candles are. I mean, that's, for the staff, for a commissioner to have this expertise, say, oh, it's 5'2", he knows what it is. I don't know what he knows what he's talking about. I don't know what 2 candles look like or 5 candles look like. And if you put 5 candles, you make the decision. It's the township that's doing this. This isn't Scepter or somebody else. This is the township deciding this. So we're going to look at this. So you want to have the flexibility so that if you want to do lights somewhere, the residents are in favor of lights, that you can do it properly without.
And they can get a variance.
Well, actually, the way this is written, it's if it was changed, if it passes to 02.2, then the second phrase of that is unless otherwise approved. So the
flexibility is there.
The flexibility is there. Okay, let's go ahead. Is there any staff comment on this?
Now, we're going back to the planning commission by this change.
No.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, you guys,
changing the foot
What do you
candles,
think, John?
Are you done yet?
Yeah.
Is there any more changes? The next one has to go back to the zoning, back
A
to
fourth
planning
change?
commission.
Yeah.
You can have 3, but not 4.
3 is okay.
Okay.
You're just introducing this. It hasn't been advertised for a hearing, so.
Okay.
But to meet the notice requirements, I think still.
So if it says unless otherwise
still
approved by the
distributed.
commission, why are we changing from 2 to 5?
Bill, come on, we've got
Okay.
agreement now. Let's-
Is there any
Let the
public
floor
comment on this amendment? I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? So that was 4-3,
In favor.
and it passes. And the opposing commissioners were Elaine Schaefer, Don Curley, and Bill Spengler. Okay, now let's I entertain a motion on the introduction of this ordinance with the 2 amendments, one being at 3, which would change the wording onto adjacent and to beyond the extent of, and then adding a section 2, which would introduce a notice requirement.
Read that.
Okay, go ahead.
Notice, this section shall require notice to property owners within 500 feet of the proposed athletic field lighting standards located in a PLU district.
Okay.
John,
sounds
was that,
good.
were you,
Could somebody just read
Okay.
back to me what
was that
3 is supposed to
reasonable,
say?
or?
Yeah, is
3
this
will
all going to
say-
be in the PLU district, though?
Well, that's the
Yes.
title, yeah.
3 would say, light fixtures
Okay.
shall be shielded to reduce light spillage beyond the extent of the property or roadway, or properties and roadways. Is that right, John? Beyond the extent? Is that what the rate? Okay, would somebody like to make that motion?
I so move.
And the second?
Second?
Who said that?
I did. Fisher.
John Fisher. Okay, we have any more commissioner comment on that that motion as
Well-
amended
Beyond the extent of properties,
of the properties?
singular or plural?
Plural.
I think what you want to do is just say beyond the property lines, right? I
Okay.
mean, that's what we're talking about doing.
That's fine.
Good.
Okay. All right, that's been moved and seconded. Do we have any other discussion from the commissioners? Do we have any staff comment on that? And public comment?
Jim Schneller, I think in the same way you've discussed foot candles and specifics all around, I think 1,000 foot would be more appropriate. I think there's, one of your chapters has 1,000
The height,
feet.
1,000 feet?
I'm really pro-light.
You want 1,000
You
foot?
mean the distance?
Light
Jim?
up Radnor, Bill. 1,000 foot notice
Perimeter?
instead of 500.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Jim,
Any-
do you have any support on that? Jim Higgins. Not Jim. Kevin. Kevin Higgins.
For the 1,000,
1,000 feet notice rather than 500?
I'm fine with 500. If people want to increase it to 1,000,
Ah,
I'm okay with that as well.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote to the motion as stated. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So that passes 6-1 with Kevin Higgins opposing. What? All right, I think we're finished with this. Let's move on.
All right, the next involves introduction of ordinance 2013-01 affecting Chapter 255, and this pertains to subdivision and land development, particularly for mandatory dedication of recreation as part of subdivision and land development, and to establish a fee in lieu of. So Kevin, will you briefly just give us a 1 or 2 sentence synopsis of this?
I don't think I can cover it in 1 or 2, but I will be as quick as I can. The municipality's planning code outlines regulations that we can require the mandatory dedication of park and recreation land as part of a subdivision or land development. Our ordinances lack those provisions right now, so what we have done is we prepared an ordinance that provides those requirements and sets up options that if the developer is unwilling to provide park and recreation land, that they could either provide facilities, provide a fee in lieu of. This ordinance was in front of you previously and was sent down to the Park and Recreation Board and the Planning Commission as well as to the county, and we received recommendations from all 3 of those boards on the adoption of this ordinance.
Why was the Planning Commission minutes not included? We got the Park and Rec. I see the vote was 4-2. I'd like to understand why they landed where they landed.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
If you look at the package we got, the recommendation from the Park and Rec Board was included. But the Planning Commission, if there's nothing in here from our Planning Commission as to the 4-2 vote. Now, I pulled the prior meeting, so I have a sense of what the issues are, but why did we not get the actual minutes?
Well, the Township Planning Commission recommended it as it was written in a 4-2 vote. That's the recommendation, and that memo from the Planning Commission should be included in your packet. It should.
There's a very, very short 1-sentence memo. Planning Commission at the public meeting voted 4-2 in favor of recommending.
But it doesn't give you why some people voted for it, some people voted against it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to understand why they voted against it.
I think that they had their reasons. I know that there were oppositions to the commercial nature of including commercial development in that. Overall, the majority voted in favor as it was written.
I think that was for the 2 people that voted against it. I watched that meeting, and it was they didn't want to see this fee instituted on commercial properties.
Well, my position is the same as last time. This would have been a great ordinance 50 years ago, but we don't have any land left in Radnor. Nobody's going to lend us land. They're just going to get us donating money, and I'm not in favor of that. I'd like to see, I'm a pro-development. I'd like to see some tasteful development in Radnor Township, and I just think this is a negative. No one has any land to donate to the township, so I'm voting no.
Believe it or not, Bill, I agree with you. This is just another way to extract value from individuals, whether they be owners of a business or a company or residents. Somebody's going to pay for this, and I just think it's above and beyond what's necessary.
Well, he's not close enough to the mic. That's why you can't hear him.
We heard. Believe it or not, Bill, I agree with you. I'll start with that.
I'm changing my position.
Well, wait, what was that? Did I agree with Bill? It's probably about the second or third time that's ever
please
happened.
note that in the minutes.
Yeah. So I'm not going to support
First
it either.
time ever.
For the reasons that Bill said, I agree with those. And then if it came back resubmitted where there was a scale issue to it, then perhaps I could support it. But as written, I'm not going to support it.
Madam President, if I may, we talk about land not developed. We look at the Bentley property as one that no one thought that could be redeveloped. We look at Villanova University with their expansion. There's quite a bit there. I think we also look at Biomed also too.
No land was given.
Well, I think if you buy properties and real estate in this township, you can assemble quite a piece of land in real estate in this town. So I think we
No.
we kid ourselves if we don't think that we can have someone assemble properties in town to do this. However, again, this is an opportunity for, if they can't provide that, there's an opportunity to upgrade our other park and recreation facilities. So again, do we look at the taxpayer, or do we look at someone who's the developer to make improvements in these particular areas? I think we take it and stop looking at the taxpayer all the time, and we look at these opportunities to take advantage of.
But
Well, what I said was Bentley would not have land to give to the township for a field. That's what I'm
So
saying.
in
I'm
lieu
not
of
saying
that,
nobody
then
can't
he would
build
make
something.
so in lieu of that, he would make a payment to the township that would improve existing park and recreational areas, which I think there is an advantage, because there is an impact on those existing recreational areas.
And those contributions could be put into the open space fund, and they could be used to buy open space.
Yeah, well, all those people pay
But
property tax.
if you put it in perspective, based on the number, I support it, although I'd like to see in 25544, Section B, where they talk about how much land must be set aside, we're asking for 1,440 square feet for each residential unit. It would take 40 homes to get an acre of land. And with 40 homes to donate, the voluntary contribution would be $130,000. It's not a lot of money, not for 40 homes. 40 homes in this town is, it could be as much as 40 million. So we're getting pennies on the dollar here. I appreciate this ordinance idea. I think we should ask for more, and I think we should use it to fund the open space fund. Because otherwise, we're committing taxpayers' money to
John,
buy open space.
Can I give you some background?
Sure.
The numbers are based upon the effects on existing facilities. When I tried to do this back before Brook Farm was even built, and I was misadvised by our barrister at the time that, oh, you can't do this. The state law was fairly clear from what I read that it was based on the fact that this new development puts additional burdens on the facilities. So that's how the numbers come about, is you have to try to scale how much additional burden they put on it. And so that's why the numbers are what they are.
I'm not disagreeing. I appreciate the numbers. If we can push them higher, I think we should push them higher. If we can
the
justify
numbers
it.
are based off of a set of calculations on the recommendation of 1,000 or an acre of land per 1,000 residents. So you do the calculations, and that recommendation of an acre of land per 1,000 is coming from the National Park and Recreation Society. So that is as your guidance to start with. So you base that then off of the total population, which drives the amount of recreation land that would be needed to meet that goal of 1,000 or 1 acre per 1,000 residents. The fee in lieu of is based off of an appraised value of what that land would be, and we used the actual appraisal of a piece of land in Radnor Township to determine what the cost of purchasing an acre of ground would be. So those numbers are what you would maximize the ordinance numbers to be, and you could go less than that, but to go beyond that could be subject to challenge.
Okay. And I'll just note that we have more than 33 acres of land set aside at this point for public use. So
far more.
Far more.
Well, I'm going to go. I support this, and I first want to make the point that I used to work in the land conservation field, and particularly in Radnor, and there are indeed more than 2,000 parcels in this township that are subject to further development, infill development. So this will affect future development, and it will, who knows what development we're going to see, and there are very many parcels that can be further developed, including some of our institutional parcels, which who knows whether they'll remain institutional forever. The reasoning behind this this provision is when you have increased development in a township that's built out like ours, you reach a tipping point, and further development, be it commercial or residential, it does in a way lead to a degradation of your quality of life. And that can be offset, and this is an effort to do that. And so as we develop and we get denser, which inevitably, as hard as we try not to, we will probably get denser, given that we have 2,000 parcels that are subject to infill. I think we have to make a concerted effort as a community to try our very best to offset the negative effects of that continued development, be it commercial or residential. And I see this as a really a good effort at trying to do that. Having said all that, I have two questions about it. The first is, when a developer or a business that's developing comes in, if they have some extenuating circumstances or there's some reason that they feel that this is not an appropriate fee for them to be paying, would their objection or appeal that would be in the form of a variance or a waiver?
This would be a subdivision land development ordinance regulation, so it would be a waiver that they would be requesting as they would any other saldo provision.
Okay.
Planning Commission would be weighing in on, and ultimately the commissioners have the right to grant a partial waiver for a portion of that, whether it be land, improvement of recreational facilities, or the fee in lieu of, or a full waiver of those.
So in the case that there was a developer or a commercial development where this was very onerous, or for some reason they were not adding to any density or causing any kind of negative effect, they could make that argument to this board and ask for a waiver on this.
Correct, and you would also be analyzing that argument with the recommendation coming from Planning Commission and their thoughts on that as well.
Okay, and then my second comment is simply that there are 3 references in this as drafted to our 1991 plan, which, as you know, is in the midst of being amended. One of the references, C2, says, as outlined in the 1991 plan, and then a comma, or as may be amended. The other 2 references don't say that, and I think we should just insert it. And specifically, it's in Section 1A2, and then in Section C3D. Just all I'm asking is that we insert a clause, comma, or as may be amended. It's in C2.
C2 is where it does say as amended.
It already says it in C2.
This 1991 plan is different from the open space, the greenways plan that is currently being worked on. The greenways plan is that it is strictly a greenways plan. The 1991 plan is the recreational plan. So the updated greenways plan will not supersede this plan, the 1991 plan. 1991 plan will still be in effect until such time as the recreation
we would have a separate recreation plan someday updated?
You could amend and update the 1991
Well, in any
plan.
case, I would leave in the language as be amended, because it's a little embarrassing to be relying on our 1991 plan.
With regard to Kevin, we have different size residential zoning districts. Agriculture, residential R1, 2, 3. If you look at 255-44B1, where we have been looking, should we be thinking about scaling the set-aside based on the size of the district, the size of the parcels within the district?
I think the standard doesn't look at, when you look at the national standard, doesn't look at the zoning district. It looks at the amount of land a particular individual would be using. So from that standpoint...
Kevin, your mic.
Sorry. The national standard does not look at zoning districts the 1 acre per thousand. It's the amount of usable land a person would be utilizing in a recreational component. So just because you have a district that may require more lots, that's going to increase the density, so that you would have more land. So I think it's the ratio is already built into the standard from that standpoint.
Okay. That's what you said, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, do we have any further commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment on this?
Hi, Jim Schneller, St. David's. I just was wondering maybe if you should have some language that defines recreation, since you're talking about land purchase here, and it's obviously a land provision. Recreation could end up having fees misspent.
Thank you. All right. Any further comment? I'm going to go ahead and call the vote.
There hasn't been a motion yet, I don't think, has there? Just point of order. I don't believe there
You're
has
right.
been.
We don't have a motion.
All right, I will move the introduction of ordinance 2013-01, providing for mandatory set-aside of park and recreation space or a fee in lieu thereof.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Don. Okay, now I will call the vote.
Wait, I want to make a comment again.
Okay.
My math wasn't right. Again, 255-44, Section B, says that we set aside 1,440 square feet for each property, for each dwelling unit. That equates to about 27 homes to set aside 1 acre. If you do the 27 homes times the 3,307, we come up to around $92,000. The cost of an acre in this township is far more than $92,000. So we're giving a huge discount in value if the person elects to give us money. The thing
That's an
is,
interesting way of viewing it.
yes, but here's the thing. You know, we laugh about
the guy's giving us a check, but we're giving him a discount. Okay.
Well, that's the creative speak we use. The thing I just always think about, though, what is the cost of putting in? Suppose we want to increase sewer capacity in the township. We have to run a new sewer main through the township to accommodate all these new homes. What's the cost of that? It's far more than $3,000 a house. We're talking millions. You know, I don't know what it cost back in 1960 when we built the new sewer system.
John, we're going to vote no. You can talk all night and vote no. Let's pass it 4-3 and not talk all night. What do you
Okay.
think?
Just briefly, the point is, I'm not going to support this the way it is because I think the value needs to be much higher. I think we're giving too much away.
Commissioners, I could weigh in on that. We actually did look at an appraisal that was done on a township parcel, and it did come out to $100,000 an acre. If at some point in the future we determine that that value is not enough, we could do another appraisal, and then the board could amend that to increase that fee once we would do another appraisal. So we do have the option to increase that in the future without having to go through a protracted ordinance.
Well, we would have to do an amendment to the ordinance. It's by ordinance, so we would have to do an amendment to the ordinance.
John, you're not voting for this because you don't feel it's not asking for enough.
It's not asking for enough.
And if you don't vote for this on that basis, there will be nothing.
No, we have a choice to put it forth the way we want, to get the higher value.
Can we vote? Call the vote.
I know we're all
John,
tired.
John, I'm against you. You're not being rational.
Madam President.
No, I am being rational.
If you're in
That's the
favor of
thing.
this, you ought to take this, and you're not going to get
No.
more, so.
If I may, Madam President, just briefly, the option is we discussed not raising any taxes, 0% tax increases. Now, we don't want to look at options to be creative to raise other means of revenue from people coming into the township. Just they kind of contradict each other. No tax increase in that. So basically, we're going to have impacts to our park and recreational areas by these additional folks coming in, but yet we want existing taxpayers to help subsidize that instead of people coming in to help offset those costs of making those improvements in those particular areas. But yet we don't want to raise taxes for anything either. So we sometimes fly in different directions here, or some that contradict each other. So that's where I think it's.
I'll just make a
confusing from my
motion
end.
to amend B1 to triple that value, that number from 3,307 to 9,000.
Commissioners, on page 4, the fee in the ordinance is written that the fee can be amended by resolution from the Board of Commissioners. So it
Okay,
would
I
not-
apologize for not seeing that.
I'll tell you what, I'll make it real simple. I'll make
John.
it real simple. Rather than go into something, I'll vote for the 3,700, rather than spend all night trying to go to 9,000. Let's go. John, what you're doing is ridiculous. You either vote for the way it is now, or I'll vote for the way it is now. But
Well,
let's
he's made a
move on.
motion. Is there a second? Okay, it fails for lack of a second.
Okay.
But I would ask you to consider supporting it the way it is.
I'll
so that we have
support it. I
something in
apologize.
place.
I missed that
Okay.
that one item, yeah, one.
Okay. It looks like we have a little more,
Thanks,
one more
Kevin.
public comment before we take our vote.
We don't normally.
Yeah.
Rob Murdoka, 104 Motion Lane. Maybe the time might have just passed, but maybe if you're going for that math, don't you have, what was the result of that real estate study? And you might have a lot of the, I don't have the numbers in my head for, as a blended average across the township, but there's got to be a number you might know for the cost, value for an acre, and you could do that math right now, and all could agree to it pretty easily if you have that number handy.
Kevin indicated that he did that math based on.
It was based off of an actual appraisal.
Based off
done
an actual
on a parcel of
appraisal,
land.
so that would be very defensible.
Which parcel of land? I mean, you don't have to. It's a bit rhetorical, but I don't know which one. And was it 1 acre? Was it a quarter of an acre? Was it 10 acres? And what part of the township? But you probably have a blended number everywhere.
Anyway, we can amend it by resolution. I'm satisfied. And if we can buy open space for $100,000 an acre, I'll vote for it right now.
Right, well, just don't hold your breath. Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded, and I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Opposed.
The motion passes 4-3.
All right, I move Resolution 2013-07, approving the open space acquisition, evaluation, and documentation policy.
Second it.
Okay, I have just a comment here. First, I want to say thank you to the group that worked very hard for many, many months on putting this very thorough policy together, and that included Steve Palantonio, Ann Albright, Rob Murdoka, John Fisher, and myself. And
Not this John Fisher.
John Fisher from the Radnor Conservancy, with a C. And we worked very hard to try to make this a very encompassing and thorough process, which was something lacking in the way we handled acquisitions previously. Since the last time this came before us, it was not officially introduced. It really just came before us for discussion, and we all gave some thoughts. And there's been a bit of new language added in, most of which I am completely fine with. There was one clause added in that I would like to submit an amendment to, and I'm going to. It is on page 4 for anybody's looking. Under phase 2, under 2A5. And this is triggered once the Board of Commissioners has decided to pursue an acquisition, and this is part of the due diligence in really documenting the purchase and documenting the analysis that went into the purchase. This added language currently reads, include a calculation showing the purchase price allocated on a per residential property basis and a second calculation showing the fully loaded cost per residential property, taking into consideration debt costs and operating expenses. Now, I object to that language. Actually, the committee considered language like that and rejected it because the number you would get by taking a purchase price for a piece of land divided by residential units or residential taxpayers is a nonsensical number, in that is not how we pay for open space at all. The way we pay for open space in Radnor is we, first and foremost, for the last decade, have paid for everything out of an open space fund, which is fully funded by a real estate transfer tax, not by real estate taxpayers. Now, conceivably, that fund will run out some day or may run short. And to the extent that that runs short, open space would then be paid for out of our general fund, either directly in a purchase or through debt payments. And should that happen, then the general fund would be the payor, which is 2/3 revenues and 1/3 residential taxpayers. Real estate taxpayers. Thank you. So I think what we were trying to get at with that clause was what is the financial impact, the potential financial impact on the average taxpayer, which is a completely legitimate question. And I would submit that a better way of wording that is include a calculation showing the financial impact of this purchase on the average taxpayer, and you could also include showing fully loaded costs, taking into consideration debt costs and operating expenses. And I think that is a calculable number that would give you a realistic picture of what the average taxpayer, what financial impact the average taxpayer would experience as a result of this potential purchase, which I think is a completely legitimate endeavor.
So that's your suggestion.
Yes.
May I ask,
I asked John Rice to put it in.
I didn't finish, please. How did the underscored language in 2A5 get into this document if the committee, whatever it's called, the Open Space Acquisition, Evaluation, Documentation Policy Committee rejected that language or similar language?
Well, that was submitted by one of our colleagues, and that's I think, a legitimate process.
All of the underlying in this document was from input from commissioners. There was a couple typos that I corrected or phrases, but that's where all the underlying portion of this came in.
I remember correctly, we had a discussion and sort of separated and said, send your comments to you.
Right.
Individually.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's legit.
I missed that.
I happen to disagree with you, Elaine. I think, in the interest of being fully disclosing to the residents, it's a reasonable calculation. It's as if you're arguing that don't look at what the cost of the car is, look at how much your monthly payment is. And at the end of the day, the residents of this township are responsible for the money. And I think it's a reasonable calculation and should be disclosed to the residents.
I have to agree with Kevin on this. I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's transparent enough to tell the residents what their portion is after we've discounted the cost using Act 511 revenues, because the Act 511 revenues can be used to pay for operational costs. So we're choosing, the board chooses to spend money on open space, and we choose to take money from Act 511 revenues to use it for the acquisition and debt service on open space. So unless we're going to start treating our revenues and our expenses separately and compartmentalizing them, we can't compartmentalize this cost, because for me personally as a resident, I think it's important for me to know what my personal portion of the debt load of this township is. I need to know how much of my tax bill is being used to pay for, in this case, open space, or anything for that matter. So I think it should be in there. The wording may or may not be quite right, because, the per residential property basis, I don't know if that is explicit, meaning, because that varies widely. The variation in that number is huge from the lowest assessed property in the township to the highest assessed. And I think it's only fair. I support the concept of open space, but I also have to live by the universal maxim for me, which is transparency. So I would like that to stay in there. I would like us to communicate that to the residents. If the residents value open space as some of us do, then they'll see the value proposition. They'll say, yeah, you know what, I'm willing to pay this for this acquisition of open space. So, again, I support this concept of transparency here, and I think it's important that we do that.
But are you suggesting that we're assigning the entire amount of the purchase to the residential property holders?
Yes.
What about commercial? They're paying taxes too.
That's right. And
so not the whole value, because then you are compartmentalizing, John.
No, it's fair because, in essence, we collect Act 511 revenues, and
I'm not talking about 511. I'm talking about real estate taxes. Real estate taxes are paid on commercial properties also. So to only use residential and try to show that the thing applies to only residential would be grossly overstating.
Well, that may be the wording of 5 may need to be revised to reflect all real estate taxpayers. But what I don't want to do is exclude. I don't want to try to again discount the cost with Act 511 revenues first, and then say, oh, here's the portion left over, because that's not fair.
A way we can handle that is very simply what we did during the referendum. We said, here's what it means to you as a taxpayer. And we showed what what percentage increase it would mean to you as a taxpayer.
And I think if we do it that way, then that is the spirit of what I'm saying.
And that's basically,
well, and that's the language I just gave. The financial impact on the average taxpayer of this purchase, which is broader language and gives our CARFAC or whoever's doing this calculation the latitude to make a realistic assessment of how we actually are going to pay for this, which in most cases is going to have a huge component of A, grant money, and B, open space fund money, which is not paid by any of the residential taxpayers. So the way it's drafted here is completely misleading, giving you a false number of what residential taxpayers would pay if they were paying for all of it. It's like putting down here, what would this cost all 7 commissioners if allocated between them? You get a great number, but it's not how we pay for it. We pay for it out of...
And isn't the issue, John, what is the impact to the taxpayer? I mean, that's really what we're after.
Yeah, but the one thing I do have to comment is 3 years ago, when the recession took hold, this board had to enact 2 tax increases, one 11% and one 9%, to make up for the loss of revenue in Act 511. So, you know who's left standing when the music stops? The residents.
But we didn't have to make it up in the open space fund, not that?
No, but I don't know if you get a sense of what I'm saying. In the end, we're incurring debt, we're incurring liability that only the taxpayers own. It's not the business owners, it's not the guy that runs the pizza shop, because he can pack up and leave. He doesn't own any real estate. It's the residents. So in the end...
No, it's the taxpayers.
Well, yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. It's the taxpayers. So all I'm asking for is enough transparency so that the true cost, and I don't know if we should include Act 511 revenues, because, again, when those dried up 3 years ago, we actually had to raise taxes quite a bit to even come close to compensating for the loss of revenue. It was about $3 million in revenue we had to make up for. And it was an 11% tax increase and a 9% tax increase just to try to get back to the revenues that we had before the recession hit. So, I don't want to do this for operational costs, because for operational costs, that's why we're here. This township exists to provide services. We're not necessarily here to open, to buy open space. We're here to provide services. So,
well, that is one opinion.
It is.
I mean, that's the only reason I went for commissioners.
I understand that.
Okay.
But as long as we're transparent about the true cost of what the land is, and I'm sure, with this we will be, but the cost per resident, in the end, if we're going to pay, it's about $40,000 per million per year for debt service. As long as we're showing the residents, hey, look.
Didn't we do that when we did the bond issue? We said it was going to be $129 a person. We didn't say, oh, but this, we took the
It's not $129. It's if you issue $10 million of debt, that's not $129 per person.
No. For the average taxpayer, some people pay more, some people pay less.
It's not.
So, yeah, one thing I'd like to see is, it is actually possible now to publish a spreadsheet showing every taxpayer and what the increase would be for each and every taxpayer. It's
Our budget had that
Right.
kind of thing.
Yeah, and we could do that.
And I think I would like to see that because I think it is important.
I think we all want to see that. We all agree on that. But it's a difference of what I'm asking for language that is more broad and allows for a realistic analysis.
I think it's not realistic to make an assumption that money's coming from someplace else.
So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I'd like to move that we introduce, there'll be public comment before we vote, that we introduce the policy as drafted with the following change. In Phase 2, Section 2A5, we change that section to read, include a calculation showing the potential financial impact on the average taxpayer, taking into consideration debt costs and operating costs. And that's my motion.
Second.
Well, I think financial impact of this purchase
Oh, I'm sorry, I left that word out. Of this purchase, I stand corrected.
on the average taxpayer.
And just point of order, there's already a motion on the floor, so it would just be an amendment. I mean,
Oh,
I did make a
did you?
motion to,
Okay. I'm
so-
sorry, I didn't
so-
realize. Okay, so that's,
just a point of order.
okay, so my
Yes.
my motion is for an amendment to
Yes,
the
To the
policy.
main motion that I put on the floor.
Got it.
Second.
So let's vote on the amendment after we have public comment.
Okay. Is there any staff comment before we go to public? Public comment?
Okay, this is,
Rob Burdocco, 104 Motion Lane. As Elaine mentioned, I citizen, but also was on the Open Space Committee subcommittee that worked on this. And I specifically, I don't want to take too much credit, but I guess it started by drafting this Phase 2 that you've kind of been talking about. First piece of detail on what you've just been going through. I was for that type of, generally speaking, the type of language that I guess Kevin said he put in. That said, the different discussions that you all had, including John, you can get to everything that you said. You can, I think when I looked at this 2 or 3 years ago, 80% of the taxes are borne by the residents, by households under the U.S. This?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't talking close enough. So you could tie it together every way that you guys talked about it, with knowing that X percent of the taxes are borne by residents. You can do it by households defined by census. That's around 10,000 in the township. So if you spent $10 million on our Drawson, or whatever portion is you're looking at, that's $1,000 a head without interest cost, and you can run it all the different ways. If you just do financial impact, do you get to where each of you want to get, or is it going to end up being reduced down to a number that not everybody's going to really be able to evaluate, which is what I think you want? Is it going to get too watered down if you don't specify it exactly how you want to specify it? Because I do understand what Elaine is saying, and we had gone through it last year, but you have all the data. You can calculate it, everything that each one of you wants to calculate. So I do think that if you're confident in all the merits of buying whatever piece of our Drawson you want to buy, you should put it all out there, because if it's a great deal, everyone's going to get behind it, and there's nothing that the numbers won't discourage anybody from. That's my comment on this piece of discussion. But I have a few things to mention. I have questions, and I have then just edits, and the edits are 5 or 6, and I think they're actually technical and easy. I mean, easy tech. So having been part of the drafting, maybe it's worth doing before you draft whatever motion you're doing. Do you want questions first or edits first?
Well, if they're just technical edits, you can just send them, and we can get them incorporated.
Send them, whether they're not like public or all that, like email them to.
The manager.
Right, this is not an ordinance, so this is a policy. We're going to have staff.
It's just, typos and whatnot. You can just, we don't have to go through each of those.
Elaine, your mind?
Oh, thank you. So I limit your comments to substance. So if there are typos and technical things,
I will. It's actually quicker to do it now. We're all here, and it's
Okay.
easy. In item 1.a of the phase 2 process. This is just the only. Actually, I'm sorry. Skip that. That's a question I have. In 2.a1. The added final sentence, I think if you look at the next section, 2A2, I think the added sentence in there that's underlined is redundant to section 2. Because it talks about an analysis of the annual operating and maintenance expenses. And then the whole next paragraph is a written budget of all estimated costs and expenditures, including clearing and cleaning. Let me see it.
right, I think you're right.
Written budget and amounts of sources. Yeah, I think
you're
pay
right.
for funding and its ongoing
O&M
costs.
is covered.
Yeah, the whole. So that's for your consideration. The next one, 2B9. I think this was in, and then it was taken out, and now it's in, and I'm glad it's in. I think the word establish would just be back to obtain, instead of obtain the proper insurance coverages. You wouldn't just establish the levels. So that's an
Wouldn't
edit.
obtain apply to actually getting insurance, establishes, identify it?
Well, you'd want to do both, but for the last
you buy
comment,
it.
you've already established a budget, so you already are establishing what you need. So now in this section, you're right when you go close on the property, you're gonna buy what you need. So I think you'd put obtain somewhere.
Well, I think established covers it. I'm not.
These are
I don't-
guidelines
Right.
for, these are
I don't
guidelines
think
for
that's.
buying the property,
There's a typo.
making a
It's,
decision of what property we're going to buy. Once we make that decision, then we do all that.
so in 9, the typo is owing instead of owning. Should be changed to owning,
Okay.
for owning and carrying the real estate.
Yeah, that's true too. When you buy a property, you're going to buy insurance for it, right?
Yeah, I'm going to give them the money
Let's
for
not
it
get
also.
into the details. I
So
think
it's
established
pretty-
is fine. Let's keep going with your changes. We got that one.
Well, I want to make this point. Are you going to establish a title insurance policy, or are you going to buy it? Because you do obtain in number 7, you're obtaining the title insurance policy.
We can
So why
say
wouldn't you
either one.
obtain-
It's a guideline that's going to guide our staff and so I'm not that worried about it.
2C2, I mean, you'd be foolish not to make the change, and you'd be inconsistent. But on 2C2, I noticed somebody else was making these changes before. Wherever it says parcel, I think it might have been John Fisher with a C, wants to make sure every time it says parcel that it should say real estate. And that actually goes back up to 2B2 and 2C2.
I don't think I'm following where you are. What
Right,
page?
on page 5, C.
Okay, of use
Two.
of the parcel.
I don't care about this one, but I just thought I noticed John Fisher with a C was making these changes, and
Okay.
maybe they didn't follow through occasionally. So on 2C2 and on 2B2, I noticed that parcel was in there instead of real estate.
Okay.
And then lastly, on the checklist B, there's a checklist that goes with this page. And I think Steve,
Page
remember,
10?
yeah, page 10. Now that 2A, 5, and 6 were added on page 4, they would need to be added on this checklist.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Well,
For
we'll see. We'll see if
2A, so under 2A, you'd have Roman numeral 5 and Roman numeral 6 to synchronize up with what you're adding for 5 and 6 in the.
Okay. Well, we'll see what gets passed before we do that.
Um,
But you're right.
And all right, so those are just the edits, and then I have a
Okay.
series. I have questions.
Okay.
Which some of them, I don't know if you're able to answer yet, whether you're going to use executive session or right to know reasons for saying you can't answer, but we'll go right through them. What, has an appraisal been done on
On what?
it's about open space?
We can
and
do
there's
that
a-
at public comment.
Yeah,
There's a large
we're really just talking about
piece
the
of-
policy tonight.
If you got anything, we're going to have public comment. You can answer those questions then.
So if you have questions or
When-
comments
wait,
about
when?
this policy,
We're going to have public comment right after this, and that's when you can ask questions that don't
About other
pertain to-
things, you mean?
right? And you can ask about anything.
Or Drossen, or all that, anything you want to ask about that. You're just discussing this issue here right now.
We're trying to get this policy passed or policy discussed and introduced.
And then we have an
That
agenda item,
applies
public
to all
discussion,
open
and you
space
can-
and all
You can
purchases.
ask specific questions about anything then.
Okay. Okay, I'll come back for those
Okay,
questions.
great.
I was seeing
Thank
if
you.
any of them were.
All right. John Rice, the edits that Rob just suggested, I mean, do we need to have a motion for those edits since they're so technical? Okay. I'm going to, right, I'm going to go ahead and incorporate Rob's 5 or 6 edits into my amendment. Okay? So my amendment has been moved and seconded. Right now, I'd like to call the vote on just my amendment, which was the changes to section, whatever it was, D. 5.
Excuse me, just point of order that your amendment, Rob's amendment might have universal agreement, yours might not. So.
Okay.
Yeah, can we make another amendment for
Okay.
Rob?
So all right, first let's address the amendment on the floor. Get rid of that one, and then we'll introduce another one. Let's vote on my amendment for 2A5. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
Opposed.
So that passes 4-3 with Don, Kevin, and John Fisher opposing. Now, I move that we incorporate Rob's Murdoch's edits to the document.
Second.
Any commissioner comment on that?
Where do
Any
we
staff
land
comment?
on the 9? Is it staying as established, or is it going to be obtained?
I think obtain was what he wanted to change it to. Any other comment on that? Any public comment? Okay, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Now, we will vote on the policy, introduction of the policy as a whole with the amendment and with Rob's changes.
Yeah. John, I just want to ask one question. I mean, this is guideline and criteria, but if 4 commissioners didn't want to follow any of this and buy a piece of land, they can, right?
Well, you have a resolution. This is just a resolution. This is not
Just a
an
resolution,
ordinance.
it's just guidelines, but it doesn't, in no way prohibits 4 commissioners from buying a piece of land.
You
If
could
they-
modify this at any time.
Would you have to modify it, or you could just ignore it?
You could probably ignore it,
Yeah.
and
All right.
there'd be no consequences.
These are good public guidelines for the commissioners to consider.
These are guidelines. They're
Okay,
not,
and
they're
the-
not binding in every case.
The motion to introduce the policy in its entirety was made by Don. Was there a second? And you did? Okay. And do we have any further commissioner comment on that? Any staff comment or public comment? I'll call the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes 6-1 with Kevin Higgins opposing. Okay, done. Next, we move on to, do we have anything from Public Works? Commissioner Jim Higgins.
Nothing, no report tonight.
From Public Health? John Nagel?
Nothing on public safety.
Library?
The Library Committee met last week. I attended, Commissioner Curley attended. It was a get to know the board members session. A question arose during the course of the meeting regarding possible extension of the library physical plant and the desire of the library and the Friends of the Library to raise money to do that. Again, this is theoretical, and if in the future that were to happen and the township ended up owning the extension, even though the money was largely raised by the board, the community, and the Friends, the question was given to me to give to John and to Bob. Would there be a problem in getting donors to contribute if that whole scheme I just described would not allow them to get a tax deduction for their donation? And I think the answer is they could get a tax deduction for it, but I thought I should mention that to the board now, and I'll submit the question to Bob for his review and John's review, John Rice's review, and I'll copy everybody on the board so that we know what's going on.
Is that somebody's individual tax advisor advising them?
Well, I'm not sure I understand the issue.
Somebody donates money to the library, which isn't 501.
Right.
If they donate money to the 501, which is the library, but then the 501 uses that money for something that's a township resource. So I agree with Kevin. I think that's between you and your individual tax advisor.
Well, it's got more of a problem attached to it because the library wants to be able to represent to the public that make a donation for this expansion of our physical plant, and it's going to a 501c3 and should be tax deductible. Should be. They can't give tax advice in their literature. So they'd like to be able to represent it that way.
We can, Dan Paci or one of the other tax attorneys, we'll take a look at it. I think Bob Tate is looking at it. We can give the township advice on that, not the library.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. Do we have any old business? Any new business?
Madam President, if I may, just briefly, I had a conversation with the superintendent of police today. It's been my observation since I've been here, but more recently over the last 3 weeks, there has been tremendous abuse of running red lights and stop signs here. So I've asked the superintendent to send out a message through the officers that we would take an aggressive approach for running red lights and stop signs here. And he has sent a directive out today to the police officers that it's becoming more and more obvious and evident that, I mean, when the light turns red, it's almost like where it's green, yellow, and we're going to really look to try to clamp down on that, especially now with schools still in session, that it's becoming worse and worse. So you will see stronger and more aggressive enforcement on red light and stop sign.
Okay. Motorists, be warned. Stop at red lights. The spouses, be warned. Okay. Public participation.
We'll pay you to come
Sorry,
back next time.
I must have not read the book of Winning Friends and Influencing People, huh? Holy cow, it was late. Some questions about our Ardrossan, because I know Bill's ready to buy it, retire, and be happy. Has an appraisal been done yet? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. what type of appraisal has been done?
I don't have the details in front of me, and it will be made public the moment there is an agreement. to be
Has a
considered.
complete self-contained appraisal been done yet?
I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know the answer to that. Did you see the appraisal?
I actually have not seen the entire appraisal, no.
Did anyone on the board see the appraisal?
We're not really.
Look, here's the question.
I
think if
Mr.
the deal-
Mr. Murdaka,
Yes.
there's been a certified appraisal done by an MIA appraiser.
Mr. Rice.
What's the next question at 12:10?
Don't take your I've been here as long as you. Don't take your angriness out on me because you've been here long. I've been here too. I'm a piece of the public.
But your question's answered. What's the next question?
He addressed me.
All right, it is late, so there was
Rob,
an
I
appraisal
was just
done.
corrected. All the commissioners did see the appraisal.
Okay, so just if it's a great deal, which I believe, I hope it is. I mean, be proud about your answers. It's like, I saw it. Yes, it's this kind of appraisal. What's so hard about it?
I don't know the answer to what kind of appraisal it is. That's why I said I
I
don't
don't
know.
even know that there are different kinds, so I couldn't answer that either.
Didn't you read the resolution? There's a whole description about the kinds of appraisals. Okay, so since the information's at your fingertips, there's a description of the different kinds of appraisals. Could you look at that and tell me which appraisal you got? You have a moment there to look at your material.
I don't want to make any representations tonight because I looked at the appraisal a long time ago. So I really.
Wait, Elaine, you asked me to work on the subcommittee and put together all this work, and then I know it's fun. It's comical because Bill's. He established very clearly it's a guideline. He'll ignore it all.
It's probably a couple years old.
Doing another appraisal.
Here, you know what? I guess to summarize, I've always wondered.
Could you tell us what your concern is? I don't understand
Yeah, that's where
your
I'm going.
concern.
My concern is not to pay a lot for a little, but everything that goes on in there yet, and I'm also concerned of the Woodland Avenue experience that Bill and Bayshore did.
I didn't do that.
So you signed it. You're
I
on all the
recused
papers.
myself. Are you kidding? I didn't vote on that.
You signed all the papers.
I didn't sign all the papers.
I'll show them you. I have the right to know.
myself.
I have the right to know documents from that stuff.
Let's stay on topic here. You're asking about our Drawson.
My
As a commissioner, I
concern
signed
is
nothing.
two things, like the right value.
Yeah.
You know, don't pay a lot for a little. And I don't know whether we're doing that or not. I hope we're paying a little for a lot. And the other one is time for the citizens to digest the material the value that we're doing, the process that we're doing. Particularly, we know we have a good process, but it sounds like you had this dialogue right now 10 minutes ago. You're ready to totally care less about the guidelines.
All right, listen, Rob, I know I completely understand your concerns, and they're legitimate concerns. That's why we are instituting this whole process, so that this process becomes open for everyone to see. In the negotiating process, before you have an agreement, you cannot make this a public process.
Actually, just as a technicality, you can. You're choosing the exception in the language of the code.
It would not be in the taxpayer's best interest to do that. So we choose to keep it private until we have an agreement. Once there's terms of an agreement, it will be public. Everything will be public. The appraisal will be public. Our reasoning will be public. The documents we put together in deciding whether this is a good deal and why we want to do it will all be public.
Right. Two questions, then, which I think would answer that and your question to me. When it goes public, how long will the public have from the time you put that information public until your due diligence period expires?
Well, until the due diligence period.
So you're going to put it under contract, right? It's going to go under contract, and at some point you control the property, and then the due diligence period expires. Your money, I don't know what you're doing. Your money goes hard, and you're locked in to going towards closing. How long from the time you let the public know all this material until the due diligence period expires in the contract, the purchase contract?
Well, I would suppose that it depends on whatever's in the contract for the due diligence period. I mean, that would be.
But you're a party. You either are or will be a party to that contract, so you can control that time.
And that contract is going to be public.
Yeah, that there are contingencies that are going to be part of that agreement of sale. So when it's signed and that's finalized, you'll get to see it. Then you'll know. But you're not going to get that answer tonight.
So, and then another question related to, what is, I guess, the right to know law or guideline or rule? I don't know what the right word you say is. What's the township's maximum turnaround time from when a citizen submits a right to know request for the materials?
30 days.
30 days. So will the period at which time all this stuff goes public until the end of the due diligence period and contingency period, will that be at least longer than 30 days?
I would think so, yeah. Yeah.
And you won't need right to know. It's all going to be out there.
There's agreement of sale. So other than the agreement of sale, once it's voted on publicly, what else are you looking for at that point?
Well, I'm just looking for the information. That's all. That's everything.
I'm
looking for.
I'm asking you,
No, I know,
other than the agreement of sale,
basically,
what else are you going to be asking
that stuff
for?
in that guideline, phase 2 of this guideline.
Okay.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
That will all be public.
All of that. And the appraisal, the way it's written in that guideline. But I'm guessing that it's not going to go that way based on what
So,
Bill's
Rob,
saying.
wouldn't the length of the due diligence period be defined by the complexity of the information that's in here? And so wouldn't that depend upon the parcel that we're buying and what we have to do for the due diligence?
I mean, to some extent, a little bit. But I mean, you can do all this stuff. It's not complicated. It's just steps you got to do.
So wouldn't that then be set as a condition of the agreement?
What's the loaded question?
I don't know what you mean by loaded, just that you're asking for if I understand what you're asking, you're saying how long a time period will the
You can enter a
township
contract.
have?
You can enter a contract.
Won't that be defined in the contract because it will depend upon how much work is in the due diligence?
Or how much time you feel like taking.
Yes.
I don't, you're going to enter a contract and you're going to establish a due diligence timeline.
Yes.
And somewhere in between, I don't know I don't know how you're doing it, but somewhere in between, you're either going to, when did you say, the stuff will go live after you enter a contract? Is that part true? Or and then, okay, all right. So yeah, you'll enter an agreement of sale, and it's going to have some due diligence contingency period. I'm assuming you're put a deposit in, and that money's not going to go hard until that end of that date. That's the time period. I wanted to understand that length of time, and I also wanted, because then in my mind I'm thinking, well, how many meeting cycles will we have, and also how long. And now, but I think you've answered too. Like I was trying to figure out, does the public have a chance to get a hold of all the documents? And I thought it'd have to go through the Right to Know Act to get the documents.
Rob, all of these documents are going to be, there is absolutely nothing to hide in this transaction.
Appraisal,
Every
everything will be
document
out.
that
Once
we
sign
have
agreement of
is
sale,
going to
then we don't
go
need
into the public.
confidentiality on anything. We can lay everything out.
Once we have an agreement, this will all be publicly vetted. Every
Yes.
document will be available to you.
Like I mean, I know it's all happening. I know you have all the votes. I do know that. But worst case is that it's just a bad economic deal on top of the unfunded liabilities we have.
And
we have
there
all
may
this
be,
stuff, and
you
then
may have that
somehow
opinion.
the citizens have a chance to realize either, this is a great deal. I want, I don't know, 10,000 households, $10 million bucks. That's $1,000 a household. Maybe all the citizens are like, man, that's awesome. I'll sign me up for that 1,000. That's great. Maybe the citizens will be like, that's awful.
Okay. I'm sure there will be a difference of opinion.
Kevin, you kind of summarized. I wanted to know a few things coming in here tonight. Will the public have time to get that information, digest that information, figure out whether they dig it or not? Will this policy be followed or not? It sounds like, generally speaking, Bill's got it teed up where probably not. But I mean, just the way he was talking, I wasn't
talking about Ardrossan. Ardrossan's going to make all the guidelines. I was talking about other properties. I wasn't talking about.
And then I also am not. I'm not fighting you, but I'm not in there, so I don't.
But I'm not just in there. I just ran an election. I told everybody in my ward, I'm voting for Ardrossan. Don't vote for me if you don't want to spend money on that. I won by 9 votes. I went and told everybody
No,
that.
I know. It was the closest election ever. You almost
know.
lost. I get it.
No,
it was
I
a tough issue.
Hey, guys.
Okay,
It was
about-
a closer one.
It's
Can we wrap
about,
this up?
Rob,
It's
I went
about
around and told everybody I was
12:15.
going to vote for the trail
I
and
have a
only won by
meeting
9.
all right,
No,
fellas,
no,
it's
I get it.
12:15.
Bill,
Let's wrap this
Bill,
up.
Bill,
Yeah.
it's not about you. It's not about me. Well, it is about you.
Yeah, it is
It's
about
not about me. but
Rob-
it is
I've done
about
my
you.
due diligence with the voters.
Wait,
Right.
wait.
Bill.
Yeah.
Rob?
You're egging me on, but
No,
now you're
Rob,
listen.
could I make one more point to you? Please. In addition to the opportunities about the agreement of sale, recognize we're going to have to incur some debt. That will be introduced as an ordinance, so there'll be the introduction and then the second reading of that too. So and that'll be fully publicly vetted. And that will include an analysis of what other debts we have, the debt load, what it's going to look like, what the pay down schedules. So I think the answer to your concern is that we're going to put all this out there.
Good.
And you know what? I mean, I spent 20 years on this. They might even consider selling something for another 20 years. Who knows?
I get it. I mean, I get that. I understand that.
So my sense, though, is that you didn't get your answer, and yet the difficulty is that we don't know how long that due diligence period would be. That's my sense of.
We'll make sure the public has as much input as they need.
I mean, part of it is, listen, how
Hey,
much
can I-
of this
can I,
relates to the way
interrupt?
things used to be in Radnor and some.
This is,
some-
Rob.
Yes?
Rob, it's really late. This board, you're not going to convince anyone on this board tonight to change their opinions in any way.
I passed that.
And I
actually- I didn't
apologize,
even co-
but just
I
in the
haven't
essence
even-
of time, there are potential, one other person may want to say
John.
something. No one wants to say, can we wrap this up, guys?
Right, it's really late right now.
And I will support you. Believe me, I agree with a lot of things you're saying, so,
John, I didn't
I'll look
even
forward
come
to
here
it.
I'm not trying to convince anyone on the board anything. I just wanted to ask the questions and get real answers, yes or no. And yes or no, or we know but we can't, we choose not to say now. Those are legitimate answers, but being coy is not legitimate. Or assuming that I know what you guys know is not legitimate. I don't. Like, the unknown starts to feel like, what are you guys hiding? That's the way it used to be when Bayshore used to be in town. Like, and I know no one wants it to feel that way. At least you never say that. But to somebody who's getting the answers or not getting answers, it starts to feel that way. And I get it. You're invested in this, and a lot of people are invested in it. That's okay. But I don't know what you know. I don't know if you're paying a lot or a little, and I hope it's a great deal. That's all.
Thank you
I will
much.
tell you that we can only buy as much land as we can afford, and we won't be able to buy as much as we would like.
You can have the last word.
Thank you.
Okay, would someone like to move to adjourn?
We adjourn.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. All right.